Well, so it's this microphone. Okay, well, it's clear that this is reliably failed. And yeah, it reliably failed. Love it. So there was 16 minutes of silence because it didn't do anything. Should have known. Anyhow. Hold up, I'm just gonna fix my one. Okay, much better. No, this is still fetching that. Ah, do we know what game I was playing last time? August 4? August 9, well, then there is the answer. Much better. Why is this thing spamming on the file? Okay. 2 to 3. What is 2 to 3? What? Oh, okay. There is that a VTube studio that's doing that? I don't recall seeing such traffic before. So in other words, there are no updates to the mods. Do I have some notes? Satisfactory. Ah, this is for the collab, so in other words, the answer is no. Or maybe this was the plan. I suppose. Might have been about blueprints at a time. Oh. How is this going on? Complete a bit smaller than this. Are you working okay? Something tells me this is not entirely... Oh, this one was okay actually. Interesting. Weird. What can I say? Oh. Well, let's see, what was I doing last time? I do recall discussion about some topic, and also, where's the mumble? I will put some message. Get past the class. Yep, I do that. So you could get that. Yeah, I possibly have it on my roadmap, but that's true. Yep, there's the message. Nissan. So what were we doing last time? We were ensuring this is producing stuff. Maybe it is one thing. What is going on? I like how it says charge rate 1000 megawatts and then it says discharge rate 1000 megawatts. That's hilarious. And also what happened to the game? Why is it so... Wait, this is the backup. There's no... I'll get closer to the game. Why are only these two doing the animation? And why is it lagging like hell? Oh, maybe that's why. Yeah. I've seen in the background. Could have been factor. Which one is the one downloading? Unfortunately, it doesn't tell me much. So I don't know which one. Games overlay. Well, it will be like that for a little while. You're fetching 3 megs a second. Oh. At least it doesn't drop frames or stuff, so it works. Production line. So let me update that. I know that is needed for 2 things. That's this one. Oh, that's not a lot. This is the last one then. Okay. was stuck in one thing. Everything here. Build. So what do we have? Consumption, production. So let me see this fuel thingy over here. I did remove these already, so that's a good sign. It's been slow, I think. And this for a flow. Good. So we would have cleaned up half of the stack soon, yeah. Try this please, it is modded. So you send me twice the same thing? Why can't I just click and have it downloaded from Discord directly? Why it has to open a stupid browser for no fucking reason? Okay, let's see. Oh. Give me data. Save. Address. As if I know it. Your naming sucks. I should tell him that. Now, question is, if I open the open menu, will this work? And the answer is no. So I have to. I put it in the correct place. Okay. Continue again. Maybe I need to restart the game itself. We'll see. Let's see. And I'm missing a lot of everything resources. And there is a bunch of light bulbs. Oh, that's actually pretty decent. The storage containers below. Wrap it all connected up. There's power plug, there's a control for the lights. What's the point of this kind of like structure? Why is there a light? For no reason. Isn't there a bug missing? I don't know, I was having problems with one of the mods. Okay. He's in the game, right? Yeah, I could join him, I guess. Oh shit, I need to switch mouse. Might have been survival mode. No. Why did you not tell me that there is updates? Hello? Not now. Missing smart barrels like me. I have that, you idiot. What is your problem? Let's update these real quick. That one is working, the one I'm having trouble with is the one that makes both noise. Scratch. I'm getting confused here. What? Swatch slot? What is swatch slot? Customizing. I don't know what that is about. Okay, let's close this. Let's go over to this one. What is the intro? And this is half an hour? Okay.
So today we're going to be reconnecting a home that was damaged by a fire. We responded to this call in the middle of the night. House fire. We disconnected the power. Luckily, it was a small fire. I believe there was some damage to the kitchen or something, but we did disconnect at the meter and the fire was contained. So before we go up in the air, let's jump out and take a...
Right, so they disconnected at the meter.
I believe there was some damage to the kitchen or something, but we did disconnect at the meter and the fire was contained. So before we go up in the air, let's jump out and take a look.
And you stop right there. That's not it, but it only works with mouse. Okay, so that answers my question. Close this. Yes. What else would I say? I want to exit the game. Hello. Stupid questions.
So most times when we do get a structure fire, a house fire, we completely disconnect the line. We remove the wires from the house. That way it 100% eliminates the hazard. This case here, as you can see, the house is fully intact. There's not really much for damage.
Why would they need to call the power company to cut the power? Do they have a breaker right after the meter?
Enough that the customer did have to move out. The inside is completely gutted. Got a dumpster and whatnot here. And I did remove the wires, which are hung up on that pole. I'm going to get into that in a few more minutes. So whenever we disconnect the power at the request of the fire marshal, or even if we deem
okay,
that power must be disconnected for safety reasons, we can't simply reconnect it. Once there's damage, we don't know what's going on in behind these walls. We don't know how badly the wires are damaged. So the customer must have an electrician and the entire system must be inspected. So you can see this is brand new. The entrance, it was in okay shape. It wasn't worthy being disconnected if there was no incident. However, for the reconnect, when the electrician combined did his inspection, there was nothing about the service that was up to code. So we rebuilt the mast, put a steel pipe on there, 3 mast clamps. The weatherhead was only about 8 inches above the roof line, so we've got our proper 36 inches now. We've got some brand new 250 MCM aluminum wire, run a new ground into the ground. We've got his permit number on the side, which when the inspector from the province comes by, he can reference that permit number to find out what the situation is, who the electrician is. So pretty simple job. We're going to jump in the bucket and explain a few more things as we move along here.
So the first thing I want to talk about here, guys, just while we get the ladder set up, it's extremely common to drop the loop to a home for a day while electrician doesn't work, changes the mast, doesn't upgrade, whatever they're doing. And it's very important that when you drop that loop, you don't just leave it on the ground. A lot of times we're actually replacing the loop, in which case I'll show up in the morning and cut that loop completely down. A crew will come back in the afternoon and run a new one. But oftentimes, especially if there's already one-out wire or if they're just adjusting the
Interesting extra feet.
mast height or mast location, we do have to remove the loop. So when that happens, you can see in the corner, the right side of the screen where the coil's hanging up on the telephone lines. If you do that, you want to make sure that loop is not energized. You have to actually cut the blacks in the pole, but we're going to have a little bit closer look at that in just a minute. So right now, setting up the ladder, I mentioned at the end of the video that we are allowed to work on low voltage wires with one guy on scene. Typically, if we're running a loop, it is a two-man job, but our procedures do allow us to do this as a single-man job. However, you must have a secure location for your ladder. It has to be on level ground. You must have a tie-off point. When I tie my ladder, I make this V-style configuration, and that way it helps not only the keeping the bottom legs from kicking out away from the house, but also helps keep some pressure on the ladder against the home, keeps it from sliding around.
Wow. So much effort.
So if I don't have a secure tie-off point, I am required to call a second man. So we're just getting that ladder set up, and the first thing we're going to want to do is hang the wire at the home. So I'm just kind of getting stuff ready here, and I'm going to jump in the bucket and go drop that wire on the ground here. So there you can see that wire that one-aught loop is hanging off of. That's just communication lines. There's no high voltage on this pole. It is just a service pole. I do bring my rubber gloves up in the air with me, but I'm just going to be working on that dead section of the wire, and I do have my minimum approach distances for a certified lineman, so I'm not required to have my rubber gloves on just to drop that wire to the ground. If you do hang wire like this, you can see I taped it just with electrical tape, but I also, the actual attachment point, I've got it looped right around the steel of the telephone as well. I'm just pointing there to show that it is disconnected. I did cut the blacks. But you can see on the right-hand side, I've got that wedge clamp clipped right around the wire, so if that tape, for whatever reason, let go, it's not going to. But if it did, that wedge clamp is definitely not going to let go. So the important thing with doing these disconnects, let's say this was a mini home that they were moving location. Guys used to hang the wire up on the lines like this, assuming a new mini home was coming in, but that wasn't always the case. So we ended up having loops hanging out all around the city, like this in random spots. A few of them were found to be energized. So our procedure now, you cannot hang a loop and leave it like this unless you know 100% for sure that the home is being reconnected the next day or maybe 48 hours. But also when we do hang it, you do have to de-energize it. We can't hang it like this and leave it live. Another thing we'll do if it's a same day reconnect is I'll coil it up like that and just put my ladder against the pole. I'll go up the ladder maybe 10 or 15 feet and hang the wire on the pole itself. I'll just drive a J-hook into the wood and hang the coil of wire there. As long as it's 10 feet, the lowest point of the coil is 10 feet off the ground, so that no one can reach up and touch that wire. If that's the case, you can leave it energized if it's back lot, but at no point would you ever leave it on the ground.
Given how we do electric work here, I'm surprised that they're just putting the... We usually have the wires in the cable and we just have the cable going to the house. So there's an additional layer of insulation.
So right now, as I mentioned again, this wire is not energized. Technically, there's no hazard with it sitting on the ground as is, but if this was the same day job and left it on the ground like that and left the site, someone walking down the sidewalk, what are they going to see? They don't know whether it's energized or not. So they're going to make some phone calls. It's bad practice. You don't leave lines laying on the ground. We always preach if you see down wires to call 911 or call the power company, depending on the circumstances. So at no point should you ever, during your work, leave wires on the ground unless you are right there on site. So the good...
I like how he has a light head in his truck. For no apparent reason, just laying there.
Thing about...
Oh, there's actually several lights and shelves, what it looks like at least.
Where I did have the wires, just grabbing some crimpets here instead of the piercing connectors for the house side. But the good thing is, where this is the wire that was initially removed, I pretty well know the exact length of wire. It should line up 100% with where the old mast pipe was. You want to make sure, once you're going up a ladder, when you're working by yourself, that you've got everything you need. Especially if you're climbing the pole. That's the worst thing. You climb the pole and you realize you forgot a drive hook or a crimpet cover or something. So take the time, make sure you bring everything with you that you need. I do have my climbing belt on, also for a couple reasons. One is we have to be tied off to the mast pipe when we're working off a ladder, or the ladder itself, depending again on the situation. But also, I've got the nose bag on my belt, so I've got a bunch of crimpets, crimpet covers, some tape, my tools. So that's all in my nose bag. Now, here what I do, I could climb up the ladder holding the wire as is, how it's in my hand right now, but there's quite a bit of a side pull. So that's just, you're putting a side pull on the ladder while you're on it. You don't want to pull yourself right off the ladder or pull the ladder off the home. So typically when I'm by myself, I'll use a hand line for this. I do have a video showing a real high tension line that I sag up on my own using nothing but a hand line. In this case, there's hardly any weight at all, so I just use the leather strap come-alongs, and I let them out as far as I can go. I'm only holding a couple pounds right now, so there's not any side pull on that ladder. I also do have the ladder tied very securely. Important to make sure you bring it up on the right side of the telephone so it was dropped on the house side of those telephone drops. So I just pass it underneath. First thing I do is come get this wire out of my hand, put that onto the insulator, and I'm going to belt myself in place here. So it is acceptable to belt yourself off to the ladder or the mast, depending, I mean, obviously the rules may differ at the company you work for, so follow all regulations according to your particular company. Personally, I would rather be tied to the mast pipe. That way if something does happen to the ladder, I'm not going down with it. But you can see the strap jacks, it just works like a two-part block, basically. I have it twisted up a little bit there, but where it goes back and forth through a block, gives you some leverage and multiplies your strength at like a 2-to-1 ratio with 10% loss. Not going to get into that formula. But once I pulled it up, I do see when it was initially hung, there must have been a little bit too much slack in it. So I'm going to release that wedge clamp and take that guy up just a little bit tighter. That way it's not hanging banging up against the telephone and stuff. So wedge clamps are super easy to use. Just hook that in, hit that little release tab, and we can take our grip and strap off. Something to see a lot of guys do, just chucking this to the ground. I mean, the grass, it's pretty safe. It's not going to hurt it, but it's a bad habit. This is a device that you're relying on to hold a ton of tension in some cases. So if you get in the habit of throwing that to the ground, it hits a rock on the ground, it can damage the integrity of your grip. So that's why I've got that hanging off the back of my belt. I don't have a whole lot of slack in the wire here, so I'm just kind of straightening the ends, or I'm using a crimpet. If the ends have bends in them, they don't fit the crimpets overly well. And I'm just going to reinforce the line with some tape so it doesn't come unwound on me. Some guys tape the lines right in the wedge clamp. I'm not a big fan of that because there is some sharp edges if you take smaller wire and tape it inside the wedge clamp, so I like to peel the blacks back and behind. The wire coming out of the mast pipe, that's 250 MCM aluminum. They were using 4-aught copper, but I mean, it's technically a 200 amp entrance is rated for 160 amp consistent load. So we used to have the 4-aught aluminum, which was enough to handle that 160 amp, but technically the entrance can handle 200, so there was some code changes quite a few years ago in our area that require now to have that 250 MCM, the next size up aluminum, for any new services. If this was live, a few things here. So that wire I'm holding onto now, the customer's wire, so that has to be 3 feet long. It's kind of a pain sometimes. 3 feet's quite long. Don't want it to look real ugly when you're hooking it up, but some of the guys used to cut it real short. So you want to try to make it as neat as possible. And I'm just kind of bending that up out of the way to try to get good shape here, but there's quite a bit of slack in that wire. So we're just going to try to make a nice looking drip loop. And also the mast pipe itself has to be 36 inches. That way when there's snow piling up on the roof, the snow is not going to, well, it does sometimes, but typically not going to bury the mast pipe underneath the snow with the weatherhead. So you notice the hots, I skinned off both hots already. If I was working live right now, I'd have my rep gloves on for one, obviously. And also when you're working hot, you skin one at a time. And I also take the wires I'm not working on and kind of get them, shove them out of the way. So you'd never, when in energized conditions, you're never just going to skin all the wires and leave the bare ends, regardless of if you're able to keep them clear or not. Again, it's just a bad habit. Someday that will get you into a mess. So working dead, you'll see I'm actually going to hook up the neutral first. Something you'll hear many linemen say is neutral's going to be first on and last off. That is 100% true in all cases. However, if the meter's not on, if the customer's not using any power, there's no load, it doesn't really matter in that situation, other than procedurally, it's a bad habit not to, because someday you'll get into a mess if you're not in the habit of doing the neutral first and cut it off last. If you don't hook up the neutral first and the load being drawn for whatever reason, the meter's on, the customers, you're going to energize their equipment without a neutral return. So you're going to get some real high and real low voltages going on. Right there, I'm just pointing out that it does indicate the amount of crimps on those. Sorry, I don't want to stray from what I was just talking about too much, but I did have some people mention that those crimps should be pressed from end to end without any gaps. However, in the instructions, right from the manufacturer, it does indicate, I think on this one it was five presses with a slight gap in between each one. So when you're bending the neutral, this has a steel core. If you're not too careful when you bend it, it'll bird cage real bad. So I like to put the crimpet on this end first, then you can see where I'm bending it here. Where the crimpet's on, it actually prevents that steel from, the aluminum from bird caging around the steel. So that's just a good tip there. But to go back to what I was saying, there are some situations where you don't have a whole lot of room to work with. And if you 100% understand what you're doing, you can work on the hots first. You don't have that bare neutral or bare ground in your way while you're working on them. Sometimes I'll shove the bare neutral, bend it right back out of the way, and that way I don't have a dead short right close to my work area where I'm working with the press or the cutters or whatever. That's okay if there's 100% no load. However, again, not a good habit to get into, but if you do fully understand what you're doing, you can hook up the hots first in those situations as long as your company allows you to do so. So I have the 5 crimps on that, and kind of hard to make it look nice when you have that whole 3 feet of wire. That's the only downside to some of these new codes, but it's a great code because if ever I got to cut that off, you're losing wire. I think right there I was just pointing my fingers with the intentions of talking about the trip loop. So if water gets in at that crimpet, you want to make sure at all times that your connection is lower than the weatherhead point. So if water does get in that wire, it's not going to travel uphill, up into that weatherhead. It will for a bit, but as soon as it gets to the equal height of the crimpet, it's going to have enough force that's going to push it back and drain out the crimp location. But if ever you have a pole that's right beside the house, and for whatever reason you make a loop around, but your connections are above the weatherhead, when water gets in that, it'll work just like a water tower or like a siphon, and the water will travel uphill into the weatherhead. So very important that you have your connections below the weatherhead point for any water to drip out. You also want to make sure, in this case it's aluminum to aluminum, if that was a copper entrance, you want to have your copper on the bottom side. That has to do with oxidization and difference of metals. If the copper's on the top, you get some oxidization, you get a lot of that white powder and stuff. It's going to travel kind of like rust with the water and destroy the aluminum connection. So you always put the copper on the bottom in those cases. So just finishing up here with our last connection. Last thing we're going to do is crimpet covers. You'll see some areas still use the Insulinks, which the connections are pre-insulated. Same with the piercing connectors you've seen in a lot of my videos. Those don't need to be covered. There's no energized components that are exposed. These crimpets, however, they do have to be covered. I've seen guys tape them. I mean, yeah, that works. If you do that, you do want to use not just regular electrical tape. You do want to use like a mastic, a tape for its durability in the weather, mostly, especially with the sun. We have some crimpet covers that are UV rated. They just lock right onto place, and they lock pretty tight. Those don't blow off in the wind. You could smack them pretty hard, and they're not going to fall off on you. There's some tabs on the inside also, so it won't slide back and forth if you skin your wire a bit too much. The bigger the crimpet, the better they work. Obviously, if you get a tiny little crimpet, you can force them past the crimpet, but for the most part, pretty good product for insulating that. And you saw a minute ago, I kind of cleaned some stuff off the roof. The electrical industry in general has a bad rap for not cleaning up wire shaving sometimes, so I always try to make a point to clean up, especially when you're doing a pad mount and skinning 3-phase multicolored wires to pieces all over the place. Take the extra 30 seconds to clean that stuff up. Just good PR when you leave the site. You clean up all your garbage.
Yeah, I can get behind that.
When you do tie your ladder off to a mast like that, you do want to make sure, like right there's 3/8 lag bolts on the pipe, as well as some screws to the meter box itself. It's secure enough it can hold that ladder weight, no problem. You're at an old location, things look kind of rotten. You don't want to rely on a mast if you can wiggle it on the wall back and forth because the wall's rotten.
That's an interesting thingy right there.
Out of that green ladder, it's a little giant sumo. If you look at the legs on the bottom, you can lock into place. So if you're on a slight grade, you can still raise the ladder perfectly vertically. There's a level built into the stuff. It's a little bit lighter weight than my Featherlight ladder, but those legs on the bottom, they are awesome. It makes things much sturdier, easier to use. That's just something we bought. It's not sponsored in any way, shape, or form. We purchased that on our own. You do see how it wiggles there. You do have to set the legs out. So that's the only thing. If you do that every use for realistic straight, you have to extend those legs to use it. Some of the guys don't like it because of that, but it literally takes 3 seconds to pop those legs out. It's my favorite ladder I've ever used. You've probably seen it in a few videos now.
Yeah, I mean, it has some interesting.
Ladder too. I have it up on my shoulder.
It has some interesting features.
I don't have my arm through the rungs. I prefer carrying it like that because if you're ever to trip, some guys will have their arm through the rung, and man, I wouldn't want to have my arm in there if you trip and hit the ground. Just a good way to break your arm or something. But preferably 2-man carry is the best way to go. If not, I like to hang it down by my hip and hold with my hand, or on the upper shoulder carry. So unfortunately, my helmet cam dies on me here in a few minutes. But it's pretty much the same thing at the pole, except instead of the crimps, we're going to be using those piercing connectors. For those of you that are returning viewers, I'm sure you've seen them in videos. We use them a lot now. They are great connectors, especially when working on live lines. So we're going to use those piercing connectors to energize that.
They're just going to work in the house.
Loop. This is just a side street. There's virtually no traffic other than that van and car you just saw drove by. But it's important when you step on the road, you want to get that bottom boom up first. You lift your top boom first to get out of the cradle, but then you want to get that bottom boom up in case a cube van or something goes by. You don't want that hanging over the road when it's too low. So you can see on the pole where I cut the connections off. What's important here, when you have triplex going across the street to feed 2 homes like that, typically the triplex going off the street is a larger size. You're not going to run 1/0 from transformer across the street and then grab 2 homes with it, especially for 200 amp houses. So it's important on the pole that you hook on to the section on the street side on the larger wire. There will be some cases where it is the same size.
He's stretching those wires a little bit.
And at that point, it doesn't matter. But I think the video is going to cut out here in just another like 30 seconds or so. But you can see where the black hots are coiled downwards. I left quite a big visual gap, so if anyone was in the area, they could easily see that loop hanging was de-energized. But you look on the left side, it does look like that is 2-aught wire because there's a set of crimps where it transfers into the 1-aught wire going to the other home. So now that we're going to be working live here got to get out our Class 0 1 kb gloves, and it's the first time I use them today. So anytime, like, these are tested at our lab every few months, but they have to be air tested daily every use. You never know if there was a piece of wire or something in your rubber glove bag that could have made a pinhole in your rubber gloves. So you do want to check your rubber gloves before each and every use. So we're just doing that little air test before checking them out. And then, like I said, the video is going to cut out here, so I kind of switch back to my phone cam. The only thing you're missing out on is me making those 2 hot connections up in the air.
Hello, knock knock.
Back down on the ground, we've got, I can't remember if I used a new meter or their existing meter. I think this is the meter I pulled off during the fire. But it's important, we did add, you can see the red grease in those lugs. It's crazy how much of a difference it makes. You go to put a meter on dry, and it's real tight, which is what you want. You want tight lugs. You don't want to smack on the meter. I mean, everyone gives a little bit of a love tap, but you don't want to smack on the meter and damage the lugs or the components of the meter. You put a little bit of grease on those lugs, and it's crazy how much of a difference it makes. That's my armpit, apparently.
How's your day?
Not sure what I'm doing there. But before I put the meter on, got to do a voltage check.
Let's see which games. Oh yeah, I didn't pass this. Oh, I suppose this is the easier answer. There's of course a few others. This one I'm just about to try today. I want to get some simple shooter. I was playing PUBG before quite a while, but then I left it. Then there was Genshin, there was Nikke. I'm taking a break from Genshin a little bit, you could say. So most recently I'm mainly rocking either Astroneer, Satisfactory or Factorio. Obviously I want to get back to VR related items. Raft also, but in terms of, is there a way to sort this? Linux, what does it say? This is, where are you from? Because this is not going to me. Wait, I had Raft, but there was also Forest. I played Forest with some friends too before. Black Mesa, did I play that? No. I did though. Wait, these are tools. Not demos, non-VR. So this non-VR list is also fairly decent. Among Us, sure. Monkey Business Tour with Friends. Don't Starve. Well, I did play a little bit, but cannot say that I was very good at it. Cloud Climber is quite a short game that is basically just a story. But it is nice regardless. Frostpunk, I did like Frostpunk, that was a good game. Maybe I will get back to it at some point later. What else? We went over PUBG, obviously. This War of Mine is also kind of good game. It's similar to the, what was it called in it? Thank you for the follow. You're from Pakistan. Interesting. Yeah, Frostpunk is the similar thing. Trackmania, I also like Trackmania. I had played it in past, very long past. What do you do besides streaming? Like study job? I'm a little bit older than study, so I'm working at a company related to IT for a few years now. So yeah, that's that. There's probably others, but they didn't usually make that big of an impact. Regarding the games that are not Steam related, Let me just grab some view. What am I looking for there? Game man. We went over the Nikkei, we were over Genshin Impact. Openly Arrow is also fun, Scorehead. Subnautica, yeah, I did play 2 Subnautica games. And Timberborn. Timberborn is also a great game. No, it's not here. Right. Yeah, Timberborn is nice game. It is definitely on Steam. Is it one? This one? But obviously it's, you know, similar to Factory or Satisfactory. It's a little bit about the building. Why do you use custom stuff for your professional display? Not sure I follow the question. Let me see.
WizzyBot says. Uptime 1 hour 7 minutes 34 seconds.
All right, well, I will give it some thought and I will hit you up after my stream. How's that? This is almost done. I wonder what they changed since the last time I was trying the game. Assuming it will load. What's this launching?
Always want to do your voltage check. So you want to check both your 120s and your 240. I've seen, not very often, but I have seen guys check and say I got 120 and 120 and get called back. Customer's oven didn't work or something. The guy up in the air hooked both hots onto the same lead, so we had 246 volts. So when you check voltage between the two 120s, they didn't have their 240, they had 0. So that's why I'm checking here across the neutral and the hot. We've got our 123, checking off the other hot, 123, and you add those two together to get our 246. So our
Well, my Discord, when I will message you, it will be fairly simple because the name is identical. Learning or install script for Microsoft VC distribution. Hello, Bulancy. What's your problem? I would love to just shoot it down, but let's see where it leads because this is annoying. So let me put this in pause and see if that helps. But I would call that a quite a BS. I've been chat what? I just told you. Okay. It says running. Why it has to be wide of all things? Okay. Apparently I didn't configure stuff with Steam. Enable Steam overlay. No, thank you. Cover. You can customize things. Interesting. Not now. Oh, let's capture the flag. That was not that before. Samostatná hra, okay. 20 minutes. What? Plná postel? Why would you call it that? Type in chat. What should I type? Do I have? I should have that. Stream. There's the chat code. It will tell me that I'm locked out, isn't it? Yeah. Go figure. Can I continue the comment stuff? I would have to turn off the sounds from the game, I guess. Will that work? It will work. There is food. Let's go. Yeah. There you go. Okay. Ow! Okay. How does it control all things? What? I survived? Yes, my Discord name is Random Mexican. Unbelievable, isn't it? Ouch. Ouch. Oh, there was a mine. Ouch, damn it. I had shotgun. Still killed me, did it? Ouch. Oh no, 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 no. Affiliation thing? Yeah, I know about affiliation. What about it? What? He survived? Ouch. Of course I know about affiliation. Damn it, I missed. What? Ow. No, why? Why do I have to start with the line? But at least it was successful. Why did he hit the shooter with a rocket? Ouch. I know. Well, actually, it seems that you are the one with the old information. It's no longer 50. If I remember correctly. Let's see. Can I see it somewhere? Let's see. Where was that? Is there a pause? You can pause it. Settings. Where was it? Was it achievements? I don't remember right now. Yeah, see, it's no longer 50. No, it is 50. Why it is showing 50? I heard the news that it was supposed to be 25. Wait, is this for VIP badges or what the... That's supposed to be affiliate, right? No, so affiliate is 25. Okay, so that was something else. Free average viewers. Yeah. The average is my problem. I know that. So for VIPs, it's no longer about affiliate, it's about having more followers. Interesting, I didn't know that. Anyway. Yeah, I'm usually like one, two. Okay, so no, I don't need guide, thank you. I'm fine. Oh, over the key. Save me. What am I first achievement? Apparently I won.
Target voltage
Thank you for the offer. I don't need guide.
is 120, 240 in our area with the bandwidth acceptance of 5% up or down. So that would go down as low as 114 and as low as, and as high, sorry, as 126 or 252. Typically when we check voltage in an area, we see numbers of 1.2, 1.3 per hot. And then the further you get away from the sub or the source, it's going to go lower from there. Right now I'm just showing that when I check on the mass pipe, instead of the neutral or the box, even though it's painted, you're still getting, well, right there the paint's insulated enough, but you shove it right in the ground. See how good of a ground connection we get here. I'll get our 123, but everything on the meter box is bonded, so that steel pipe is bonded to the box itself. The box is bonded to the lower, there's a ground going directly into the ground. We now run a bond from the box right down into the house, but essentially we do want everything to be at the same potential. It's even this gutter is at the same potential as ground, which is pretty strange. But it didn't show up in the box.
I understand why is it strange, because it's not even touching the ground.
Because of the paint. If I were to scratch the paint off a little bit, then I would have seen the 123 as well. his siding's not conductive. So, okay, so it's just comparing potential between different points there. That little clip, that little triangular clip at the bottom left, that's communications. That's ground for the coax. Kind of a pain that they put those on the meters. They do get in the way, and they can interfere with neutral connections sometimes, but that's for another story.
What's the time for you right now? You have different time zone than I do?
Always, there's two ways to do it. Start with the bottom, 2 jaws, and roll it upwards, which will energize it. Or you can start with one side. When you start with one side, I'll typically, you can see there, I'm getting that bottom left jaw in, the dead one. I'll line it with the top jaw, which is going to energize it, and then roll it to the right, which will energize the right-hand side. But basically, before you get to this point, where you can't see anything, you want to make sure you have at least 2 jaws lined up, either the 2 left jaws or the 2 bottom jaws perfectly lined up. The rest will fall right into place. And then you want to make sure,
I don't know, there's the ring that should help to make sure that you plug it correctly. So my example is we'll see. There is a possibility that I will not even reach out to you. Maybe I will. Hard to say.
sure that it is fully seated, of course. We're going to put our locking ring in. There is a front and back to most meter rings. When you look through this, you can see on the back side, it's slightly longer than the front side. That's because the metal portion behind the meter that grips is slightly recessed in behind the plastic. It'll still work if you put it on left-handed, but technically speaking, those meter rings are right-handed. You always screw them together from the right side. They are designed to go on that way.
So is there some way that you actually put like
Last thing
a
you gotta
seal
do,
on it?
put that meter seal on. Make
Oh,
sure
I see.
nobody tampers with the meter, pulls it off for any reason. I'm not sure what I'm doing here. Looks like I'm tying my boot, probably putting the voltmeter away. But we're gonna put that seal on. And if it is a new meter, of course, you want to make sure you document your meter information and get a reading.
All right, so we check another one off the job list. Usually when we're running services, usually it's 2 guys, 2-man job, just to kind of help pass off a ladder. A lot of times you can't tie the ladder off, so you have to have a guy holding the ladder. 2 guys here, you can have one working the ladder, one pull up, it's a little smoother. Anyhow, for a short span like that, not a big deal at all. Just run myself, and a lot of the work orders I have today, they're all weather permitting. I got to do a whole bunch of oil samples on voltage regulators and some reclosers, and we can't do that in rain because it'll mess up the reading for the oil samples. So we're gonna punch in the meter information, send that on through. Another happy customer. Thanks for stopping in as always, guys. I'll see y'all soon.
Alright. No, not right now.
Metrandere. Proč ten půlčík?
Vlastně nevím. Saruman věří, že
Proč ten půlčík?
I wanted a different clip.
Proč ten půlčík? Proč ten půlčík? Metrandere.
Alright, so time-wise, let me see, shorten that area. So this one and 4 second to
Proč ten půlčík?
vlastně nevím. Saruman
14 seconds. 10-second clip. Could be. All right. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, maybe I will text you, maybe I will not. I don't know yet. Anyway, so that's that. Can I find a different one? problem is I'm looking for specific sequences and specific phrases for this little project. Is this abridged or what am I looking at? Two years ago. Okay, how about I look for specific scene? And argument. The last debate. That's the thing that will have the sequence that I'm looking for. The only problem is with the English, I will be checked. No, no. Let's see. Okay, yeah.
You are sure of this?
Beyond any doubt.
So the Ring of Power has been found.
All these long years, it was in the Shire. Under my very nose.
And yet you did not have the wit to see it. Your love of the Halfling's Leaf has clearly slowed your mind.
But we still have time. Time enough to counter Sauron if we act quickly.
Time? What time do you think we have? Sauron has regained much of his former strength. He cannot yet take physical form, but his spirit has lost none of its potency.
Concealed within his fortress, the Lord of Mordor sees all. His gaze pierces cloud, shadow, earth, and flesh. You know of what I speak, Gandalf.
A great eye, lidless, wreathed in flame.
Yes, Sauron.
He is gathering all evil to him. Very soon he will have summoned an army great enough to launch an assault upon Middle-earth.
You know this? How?
I have seen it.
A Palantir is a dangerous tool, Saruman.
Why? Why should we fear to use it?
They are not all accounted for. The lost seeing stones. We do not know who else may be watching.
The hour is later than you think. Sauron's forces are already moving. The Nine have left Minas Morgul.
The Nine.
They crossed the River Eisen on Midsummer's Eve, disguised as riders in black.
They've reached the Shire.
They will find the ring. And kill the one who carries it.
Frodo.
Yeah, sure.
Bejval skvělej tanečník. Ale stárneš, Gandalfe.
Yeah, this is the type of mystery banger. Okay, yeah, that explains everything.
Vsadím se, že už ani nevystřihneš salto pozadu.
Tak to zposlal. Battle time.
Namaž si to indulonou a sleduj mistra. No, skoro.
Na saltovzad jsme už asi fakt starý. Ale sleduj tuhle nabitou sestavu. Kung Fu Gandalf. Placáček. A tulení útok.
Tuhle kombinaci učej už děti v přípravce. A ještě hecnu to salto vzad. Sauron mi pomáhá.
Nic si z toho nedělej. Dětku. A teď mi podrž hůl. Já jdu totiž popřít fyzikální zákony. Lidská helikoptéra.
No, makor. Newton se obrací. V hrobě. Bejval skvělý.
That was good. Yeah, I know, right? Here, if you want the link for that.
V Dubaji, pokud děl...
Okay, anyway, that's what I was looking for, sadly. Alright, so this is the video. Can you fetch me that? Anyone? You can go stop. Yes, thank you. Start another CMD. Thank you very much. Now let's go for this thing. Alright. There we go. Right, this is Windows, I forgot. Alright. And then we need to clip only a couple of seconds of audio from that. And how do we put that everywhere or anywhere? Sound alerts. Maybe. Enjoy. Which brings me, hold up. I could also give me that over here. Give me a sorted. Browsers will be difficult with that specific tab, which is sad. Okay, so we have the video fetched. 17 gigs left. By the way, Manuel, since you're here, we can try something new today. What the? First hit with shotgun, first mine, duo, artificial intelligence strike, kill 30, 10. First hit with rock adventure, cleaner beginner. There is quite some achievements, alright. Let me unpause this. Here. We can try that. I don't know what the experience will be. I can try this game, or at least I want to try for funsies. Don't know what's different. It looks like 1.6, but different with supposedly with zombies from what I gathered in 2 minutes of looking at it. And it's not that demanding on space. That's all the reason. But yeah. Okay, so there is our clip. Yep, that's the clip. All right. Then there is another thing. So, is this the long story or the short story? This is the long story. Yeah, that's the long story. Why is this site so stupid? Seriously, like, oh my god. I'm like thinking, bitch, please get out of my face. I'm guessing that's somewhere in here. Somewhere deep in there. Okay. Well. Yeah, go out of my face. Thank you. Much better. Oh, well, this side is no better. This side is the same story. Why am I not surprised? Jeez. Okay, what else? What else can you tell me? Besides the fact that this was made by an idiot. The heck? So there are multiple. Oh my god, why you would have. Hold up, hold up, hold up. We are getting somewhere. There, problem solved. At least partially. So, I don't know, it was possibly yesterday, all right. I was lying in the bed and I was like wondering, you know, there was this mention in certain anime which I could possibly guess that you would remember which one, about alcoholic beverages being kind of a poison to the human body, right? And if you add a certain thing into the alcohol, it will basically be the same. The only difference will be that the effect of the alcohol from that beverage will hit you faster and more intensely as compared to without this substance in the drink. Now, the reason I was thinking about that particular detail, I will get to very shortly, but partly the long story short was, let's say 2 or 3 days ago, I was cooking myself something for lunch and I wanted to, but I did forget. I didn't salt it, the water in which I was boiling whatever I was having for lunch. So it was fairly plain taste or lacking taste. Now, the next day, of course, when I was cooking my lunch, this time I was more careful and I didn't forget to throw the salt in the water. I was cooking something else. New time? Yeah, that's fine. I will just try what it is. Maybe it is something that we will not play anyways. We'll see. We'll see. I want to just test it. Not really a requirement per se. But anyway, so that was that. Now, the foreplay for me lying in that bed and opening these two random sites looking for a combination, like what happens if you throw salt and sugar into something alcoholic? Is it true that it will hit you faster and harder, the alcoholic effect? Or is it not true? That was what I was trying to find out. Unfortunately, you know, these were the two suitable results that I was getting when I was trying to search for it on the mobile phone in a bed. So there was a story about, you know, it was mentioned in an anime that this is an effect. This is like chemical reaction with the body and whatever. And I was wondering if that is true. Now, why would I do that? Well, it's very simple. Let's say before my dinner, I was drinking a combination of Coca-Cola mixed with water so that it's not so condensed, but that doesn't matter basically. So I was drinking something that was sweet for half a day before my dinner. And for dinner, I was, you know, throwing some eggs on a pan. Of course, I threw a little bit salt on it. Sure. I wasn't going like moderate salt. I maybe threw a little bit more, but the meal wasn't salty per se. Okay, it was not lacking salt. It was not salty either. It was just fine. Maybe the flavor was maybe a little bit better because there was a little bit more salt, but as I said, it was not salty per se. So the combination is during the day I might have something sweet and I was drinking something sweet. For dinner I had something with salt in it. All right. And after dinner I opened a bottle of beer and I drank the beer. Great combination, maybe weird, who knows. But anyway, basically I was like a little bit tipsy after that right away. And there are times when I could drink something stronger and still manage, but not this time. So I was wondering whether that is true. So I was trying to search, and the funny part that I want to get to is about these two sites, or these two articles, supposedly articles about, you know, salt, sugar, meat, and alcohol. Is they're just, you know, depicting like salt is not good because it can do this, it can do that, it can do this. And then it tells you like, oh, the average amount of salt that a person should consume is, let's say 3 grams, okay? If I round it up, 3 grams a day. To be honest, that's not a lot. Now sugar, again, you know, impact. You don't want that, right? You should not consume sugar. That's what it's saying, basically. Reducing added sugars and everything, right? Meat. You should not consume meat because there are these risks. I mean, what the hell? What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to eat? A salad? A salad all the week? Because
Uptime 1 hour 43 minutes 31 seconds.
the amounts they are actually saying here are ridiculous because, you know, let's say you would go to McDonald's and you would order a burger. The amount of salt that would be in there would probably be 3 grams very easily. So just from that one meal, you would actually already consume the amount of salt. Is that per day or per week? Oh, is it per day? Okay. Well, per day is probably more manageable. And then same for alcohol, like, yeah, damage, risk, you don't want that. You should not drink alcohol. Or it says in moderation, which doesn't explain what that means or how you should measure that moderation thing. So yeah, I was like, you know what? It's kind of funny. Some years ago, they were like, everyone was drinking coffee, everyone loved coffee, even though, you know, now we know that coffee is not that great. And you should not drink coffee if possible. There's also the theme like you should not drink Coca-Cola if possible. Water and air. Meat? No? Yeah, I think I read otherwise. Yeah. So I was like, this is ridiculous. I just wanted, you know, combination of salt, sugar, and alcohol, what it does when you combine it, what it does when you don't combine it in a single mix. But I got this article that was kind of amusing, and it even continues further, right? Like sugar here, juices, glucose, fish sugar, syrups, salt again. Oh, this one mentions also coffee and alcohol, and again meat. And yeah, there was also this packet of crisps, right? So basically chips. What? Was that said that it has like a lot of salt in it or what? Crisps, pastries. Oh yeah, it was also saying like, yeah, cereals are not exactly great choice either. Bitch, what are we supposed to eat according to you? What are you eating? According to your own recommendations. This was ridiculous. And then I was like, this was the other page that came up in the results. I'm like, well, the feeling I'm getting from this page is this is basically a shorter version of this page, and both of them supposedly are UK-based websites. So I was like, really? This is so silly and stupid. Partly understandable, but it's like, yeah, everyone likes certain products or certain foods, and no one is saying like that's bad, but they will be telling you that 5 or 10 years later for whatever reason. Drinking milk incidental. I don't know. I mean, it was just like some random sites on the internet. I don't have any particular, respect for those sources, but it was kind of an interesting read to see at least. What the hell was that? What are you doing? It is. Black cipher. What the hell? Create a nickname. Can I put your mama? Yes. Really? You put tutorial on YouTube and that's the way you solve this? Interesting. Notification. How about now? Login supplies. You can receive an item every day before midnight. I have a question. Why is this window so fucking small? Okay. Mission sheet. 1,000 years. What the heck is this? Recording. Okay, that helped a little bit. Can I just play like, I don't know, training ground? I don't think I need a training ground. Very new studio. Is this only multiplayer? Can I just have a single player for now? Yeah, sure. Okay, can I do this one? How the fuck no? I don't need God. I just want to be able to start this stupid game. How do you play starting? Okay, so you have to go with these guides before you can even play the game. Hilarious. Mm. What's supposed to be? Yes, of course I didn't make it. Yes. Well, actually, that was kind of a ripping sound music. It was very loud for me. Yeah, a lot of sounds, definitely. Okay, this is bullshit. I tried. I was expecting something more moderate, but hey, apparently I have achievements. Okay, I think we don't need to play this one specifically. It didn't impress me that much, to be fair. This was like a Doom. What was it? Doom Slayer or something like that. 11 achievements in what, 5 minutes of gameplay? How long did I play? Supposedly 11 minutes, but I would assume lots of that was just in the settings menu. I definitely didn't impress. Definitely not. I don't need this one anymore. What else? Is no longer streaming. Okay. Do you want to join Satisfactory or Factory or no game today? I'm sorry, I see 11 achievement. Was there SL they had? What is this SL? What? Oh, game for me. Okay. What about Bulancy? I don't better watching it. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. What's the time? Oh, it's already 11. How long is this? 1 hour 40? Okay. Maybe we could just watch something and call it enough, because why not? Let's see, new window. Let's grab YouTube to fill the gap. This would be definitely interesting. I saw a hint about that. What is A320? Is that a tank? No. Tankers are going too far. That's gonna be interesting. And there you go. Sure. This be something I already know about. You can't shoot me. You can, but you can. Interesting. Sensors. Yeah, that's the thing that I saw. So everything's hack, yeah, that was definitely something. Alright, pause. Let's start with this one.
Creepy people in dark rooms, torn testes, and metal-tasting mayhem are the wonderful follow-up stories that fill today's Where Are They Now episode.
Yeah, they're broken. But don't worry about that. Just come in here so I can show you exactly what you need to see.
I think this might be the most requested Where Are They Now follow-ups that I've ever had, and rightfully so, because I can honestly say this is the most scared I've ever felt on a call. And without further ado, here's what happened. So after gathering a couple more people, I was slowly making my way up to the room when, you know what? It'll just be easier to show you. Sir, where are you?
There you are. You made it.
Yeah, are you, ready to go down to the hospital?
Uh-huh. But first, can you guess what I have?
Is it poo?
It's poo-poo. You want some?
1 second, sir. Get the Versed right now.
Okay.
Wait, have you ever been covered in poop before?
No.
No? Okay, well, you're about to be. And after all that, a very stinky tussle and
Yeah, I think I saw that specific scene.
a much-needed night-night medication injection, that guy was the happiest caca-chalupa that I've ever dropped off at the hospital. When my berries slipped through the crack in the chair, which hurt, so I tried to jump up, but my boys tried to stay behind. Behind? Permanently. Panic, fear, and a genuine deep-seated feeling of regret would be the best way to describe this patient's demeanor after almost experiencing a full separation of his twin boulders from the rest of his body.
Oh my God, I almost died.
And I gotta say, hey, as a fellow family jewel-toting male, the second this guy started describing his genital pouch stretching brush with permanent castration, I wanted to close my eyes and Happy Gilmore myself out of there to my happy place. Flying on a giant seagull in the sky. But unfortunately, part of the gig as a paramedic is listening to things that you hope will melt away from your memory, like this guy's dreams of ever procreating. However, I'm happy to report that besides swelling to the size of a small grapefruit, this guy's gargantuan gonads are still attached to his body and ready for another round of How Strong Are Your Testes? Do you guys taste pennies fumigating? Oh yeah, dude, I set off like 80 cans in there. Look, firefighting is inherently dangerous. It's something we know when we sign up for the job. Whether it's dodging cars on the interstate that seem to be dead set on making us their new bloody hood ornament, daily cancer exposures when fighting fire or just putting on our gear, that's a reference to recent discoveries that our firefighting bunker gear contains something called forever chemicals that might possibly be slowly killing us every time we put it on. Or a million other ways to die. But we all know the thing that's ultimately gonna take us out.
Like food, right?
It's gonna be something stupid, like face planting in the shower, or, I don't know, standing outside of a house unknowingly inhaling the flaming remnants of an overly zealous insect genocide project? Now, I'm not sure, but as far as I know, no one's developed a third eye or the big C from our rendezvous with the Cockroach Melter 5000. But what I do know is we knocked that fire down and saved that pile of sticks. And then 1 year later, we went back there for an EMS call, and guess what? It still had roaches! Try to catch me howling at the moon. Giant Seagull onward!
I was kind of shocked, not gonna lie. What the heck? Why is this cat looking like... What is it called again? Wrapped in a seaweed. Sushi, yeah, sushi. Let's
tell me what you see.
You got me kind of handicapped here. Well, let's see. Martin Greenfield suits, Brooklyn clothier, nice. Paul Stewart shoes. You got wealth and taste, but you don't like to draw attention. Although that Rolex isn't hiding its light under a bushel.
Even a simple man has to check the time.
No car keys, you gotta go anywhere, someone else does the driving. Oh, Metro? You?
No one really looks at anyone on the subway.
That's a fair point. No wallet or billfold, just cash in your right front, firearm behind an extra mag in your right jacket, a flip phone in your left. Now, for your mind, I'll tread softly. I assume braver men have plumbed your depths and drowned. The stuff you carry, the way your smile never reaches those eyes, this humor and darkness, a life lived too long with little left to lose.
Tell me what you see.
That was actually a decent estimate for Reddington.
Well, this is unexpected. The old Raymond would have never been caught with his pants down inside that lodge. How many of our people did you lose?
The battle was yours, I can't deny that. But the key to winning a war is to know your enemy. And Marvin, I can read you like one fish, two fish.
You think you know me? Do you really, you son of a bitch? Here's what I think. You're done. You'd be circling your wagons right now if you had any wagons left to circle. I'm gonna make you a one-time offer out of respect for our shared history. Walk away.
I'm actually quite comfortable where I am.
I'm serious. Take your women and go back to the jungle. You were happy there.
And what if I don't?
I'll tell you what if you don't. I'm about to walk into a meeting that's guaranteed to seal your fate. Because I got your number, pal. I know exactly where you are at every minute of every day. I know where you're going to be before you even do.
You were saying, Marvin. Well, this is unexpected.
The old Raymond would have never been caught.
I'm sorry, who is it exactly that you think I am?
You're Mossad. Please don't tell me this is about that little dust-up in Haifa.
That dust-up claimed the lives of 2 agents and a Turkish diplomat.
I had nothing to do with it.
Then you have nothing to worry about.
Oh, you have no idea how I wish that were true. I have tens of thousands of things to worry about. Fortunately, you, my dear, are not one of them.
And why is that?
Because the person you just informed of my capture is going to release me within the hour.
Aren't we confident today?
I'm confident every day.
I thought we had nothing in common.
Your younger brother Shaheen was killed in the 2009 Peshin bombing. In Farsi, Shaheen means
Falcon. How did you know?
I know everything about the people who are tasked with finding me.
You possess an affinity for Xenia type.
Your suspect's been remanded into my custody.
This references a task force. What task force?
It's a matter of national security.
Perhaps next time.
Keen wants you to take a look at these.
Ms. Navabi, Jundala claimed responsibility for the bomb that killed your brother. They had nothing to do with it.
I'm sorry, who is it exactly that you think I am?
You're
We have a situation.
What situation?
We're behind, and if we blow the charges late, we're gonna have the police here in seconds. We need a distraction. Something loud, really loud.
What the hell do you want me to do?
I don't know, Glenn. That's why you're here. You wanted a second chance? This is it. Figure it out. Think fast. Make some noise.
It's time to make your Broadway debut.
Fire! Everybody out! There's a grease fire in the kitchen. It ain't good. Run for your life! Run for your life! Do it now!
Sir, what on earth would make you shout fire in the middle of a crowded theater when in fact there was no fire?
I thought, I smelled smoke. All I was trying to do is save lives. We have a situation.
What situation?
We're behind, and if we blow the charges late, we're gonna have the police here in seconds. We need a distraction. Something loud, really loud.
What the hell do you want me to do?
Oh, that was clever.
I get a call over the radio, hey, range control shutting down the range. And I'm like, for Rangers? Nobody shuts down the Rangers. Like, what's happening? You know, they're shutting down the range. Another unit is coming in that has primacy. You know, I'm like, what? There is no unit that has primacy over the Rangers. I don't know what's going on. This Black Hawk helicopter lands. These dudes jump off the helicopter, and I shit you not, dude. They are dressed like they just came from the Delta Force movie with Chuck Norris. They got jeans on, different boots, old army green cap. I thought they were the strangest looking dudes. And they were all older, and they get off the plane, the helicopter, and they got all these kit bags and duffel bags, and they unload this ammo, and we're all put in the bleachers, you know, and these guys come out, these old men, and they start shooting all sorts of different grenade launchers. And they come out and they shoot, and they're taking notes, and they're talking, and they're taking notes. A guy's got a clipboard, and they're there for maybe 10 minutes. And they get on a helicopter and leave. And I'm just like, you know, I ask another NCO, I was like, who are those guys? He's like, those are the D-boys. And I'm like, that's what I want to do. I get a call over the radio.
Good afternoon.
Want to see something?
Anyway, moving on.
Today we check a drive that is not showing.
Why is this the voiceover that you have? Please, cut it down.
Let's check the connection. Unplugging the server. Opening the lid. Then we reseat this connection. Closing the lid. Plugging everything back in. Powering on the server. We got confirmation that this solved the problem. Today we check a drive that is
what a psychopath. I don't know. Doesn't look that unrealistic to me. Okay, not bad job.
This is China's strangest train. Before every departure, passengers diligently wipe the windows, but they're not doing it for charity, just for themselves. This train runs from Shanghai all the way to Tibet, cutting through bustling cities, vast grasslands, sparkling lakes, and towering snow-capped mountains. Every window, a cinematic scene. This is China's strangest train. Before every departure,
That's a good trick.
What the hell? What the hell? Look at this. Bump, 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 bump. What, this guy? He goes 2 places every day all week? What the hell? Look at this. Bump, 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 bump. What, this guy? He goes 2 places.
Have you ever seen a house built entirely by slotting wood together? The whole construction doesn't use a single nail. Every board is pre-cut and numbered. Just like building with Legos, you slot each piece into place and tap it down with a rubber mallet. The most shocking part? The entire house costs under $30,000 and you can move in with it.
So half a
2
minute.
hours, 17 minutes, 50
in just 1 week. Have you ever seen a house built?
Not gonna lie, that looks interesting, but is that wood painted? Do you have to paint it afterwards? Making sure of the wood that it doesn't grab moisture and start to, you know, rot or anything.
Have you ever seen a house built entirely by slotting wood together? The entire house costs under $30,000.
Yeah, I'm not gonna cap. That doesn't sound like 100 clicks. Yo,
Every time you click it's 2. You just... Are you stupid? Yeah, I'm not gonna cap. That doesn't sound like 100 clicks. Yeah.
Mechanics tip of the day. If you're doing a timing belt on a car or a truck, check this out. You can cut the timing belt in half, leave half of the belt on the cam gears, take your new belt, slide it onto the cams, and then cut the other half of the old belt off. Mechanics tip of the day. If you're doing a timing belt on a car or a truck, check this out. You can cut the timing belt in half.
Sometimes my wife finds screws in the washing machine, but not anymore. With one of these things in my garage, I don't have to bring screws with me to the hardware store. Nope, this one must be metric. Bingo. Now just snap a photo and head to the store. If I see one of these on the wall in your garage, you've got my respect. Sometimes my...
Is there a problem, sir? Is this your first command? May I ask what this is about? Top man in your class at the Royal Naval College, top man of the lab. Operations with strangers.
Well, you could ask to see my ID, and to tell you who I am. But if you ask to see my ID, I'll know you're a sackless wonder like every other top Navy man I ever met.
May I see your ID, sir? Is there a problem, sir?
Is this your first command?
Tell me what you see.
You got me kind of...
Can I get you something?
Why don't grain ships use nets to protect their cargo from birds? After all, they spend weeks cleaning the hold to keep the grain clean. But when loading begins, thousands of pigeons land on the grain, consume it, and leave behind droppings and feathers. Despite this, nets are not used as a precaution. The reason is that the loading process is already very intense, making nets impractical. A crane makes approximately 500 trips to fill a hold, so a net could stop the flow of grain or get torn. And contrary to popular belief, birds cannot consume tons of grain. The amount of grain consumed is negligible. The only issue is the droppings they leave behind, and these droppings are first cleaned superficially on the ship, and then the actual hygiene processing is carried out at the processing facilities. Additionally, the ship already has a hold cover, which is only open during loading at the port and must be closed according to international regulations once the ship sets sail. Therefore, an extra net is not necessary. Why don't grain ships use nets to protect their cargo from birds? After all, they spend weeks cleaning.
This is a $4,000 2020.
So what is this? Cooling of the brain. What is A320? Is that a submarine?
At the moment, I'm in aft avionic bay of Airbus A320.
Ah.
Basically, you can call this place as a brain of the airplane. And as you most probably know, the computers produce huge amount of heat. And
I wouldn't say huge amount of heat, to be fair. They produce heat, like... Show me a thing that doesn't produce heat. It's only a matter of how much. You can have a wire that is overloaded because, I don't know, it aged. And you're pulling a lot of current through it. And it might also be dumping a lot of heat.
And we need to somehow get rid of this heat. And for that, we have this huge pipes, which you can see over here. And they are part of avionic equipment cooling system. And today we'll take a look on the system, and I will also show you how to install Skinner inlet valve, which you can find on the left side of the fuselage of the airplane. So let's take a closer look.
From the way he's talking, I would say he's from Czech Republic. Because his English is not entirely that impressive. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, I'm just saying.
On this system.
It's recognizable.
Part of the system is also avionic equipment air outlet valve, which I already showed you how to replace and how it works, how many positions does it have and how it works. Link to this video you can find in the description below or in the top right corner, so later on you can take a look. And now we'll dive a bit deeper into avionic ventilation equipment system. In the flight, the whole system changed to closed loop, which means that we're not gonna drag the fresh air from the outside and blow it out. We're gonna use different solution for the cooling. And how to do it? Thanks to skin heat exchangers. What is skin heat exchanger? Well, basically, directly behind cockpit windows, you have a duct which leads through the whole circumference of the airplane. And basically, it exchanges the heat, which circulate in the ducts inside, with the outside world. Since in the flight altitude you have a temperature around minus 30 to minus 50 degrees, which should be more than enough to cool down the air which pass through the heat exchanger. And thanks to these ducts, the air, which is already cooled down, is dragged into the system. So this is connected to the duct, which is installed on the whole circumference of the airplane. And yeah, once it gets over here, it is dragged from that place, and then it is sent again around every component. So let me show you how it is distributed. Back in the aft avionic bay, and yeah, as I showed you before, the air can be dragged from the outside, and that is done thanks to that connection. That leads to that inlet valve about which we've been talking about before. Inside of here, you can find two filters which prevent ingression of FOD. And thanks to blower fan, it is distributed to whole system. We have two fans. The other one is over here. This is extractor fan, and I already made the video about the extractor fan. Actually, they're identical. So the link to this video you will find in the description below, or it will be on top right corner. So, but let's continue. This cold air, which is dragged from the outside or from the skin heat exchanger, is then sent into these racks. These racks are hollow, and they transfer the air to computers. So you can see vent holes through which the air is sprayed inside of the computer. And this kind of racks you have here and also in the forward avionic equipment. But this avionic ventilation air is used also to cool components in the cockpit. One part which is quite important to mention is smoke detector, and it is directly above the extractor fan. Once it detects the smoke, the outflow valve will partially open, and it will start to release the smoke overboard to not get this smoke inside of the cockpit, for example. And definitely crew in the cockpit will be informed about this smoke, so they will immediately know about it, and they need to proceed with the action. This system is actually equipped with a lot of valves. You can find them all around, like for example, skin exchanger inlet bypass valve, which you can find over here under this catwalk panel. Yeah, so that's one. You have one there behind the filter. You have them all around avionic bay, and they cooperate during these three modes, either open, close, or partially open. Now we are in forward avionic bay, and here you can find another set of the computers which are responsible for controlling airplane systems. And as you can see the ducts are here all around. Why they goes up? Well, they cool basically everything. This system is responsible for cooling of cockpit equipment as well, which means that they lead towards all displays in the pedestal, basically everywhere in the cockpit, because displays produce heat. You have a background lights which produce heat. Everything in the cockpit produces heat, and you need to control this heat, and exactly for that we have this avionic ventilation system. So it cools as well this one. This is your radar transceiver. We have only one on this airplane because this is not ATOPS airplane. Normally, if you have ATOPS aircraft, you need to have two. This is not for the second one, but as well, this section is cooled. Every computer needs to be cooled. I moved to the cockpit, and as I said, every component over here, pedestal, instruments, and even overhead panel is cooled. Same, it is for CB section. It is as well cooled thanks to avionic equipment ventilation system. And those two valves, or those two fans, are controlled from here. Here is your blower and extractor. You can put them to override function. That's basically for dispatch. So yeah, you have control over avionic ventilation system over here. Then the tests are proceed to the MCDIU. But as you can see, yes, everything here as well is cooled thanks to this system. So it is really complex system. And now, since you know basically where are all components, let's install the avionic ventilation air inlet valve. Air inlet valve has only two options. Either it is closed or open. It is a bit different to skin air outlet valve because that have several different switch, which you can find over here. Yes, but here you have even manual drive, to which you can manually close the valve. And as well, inside, you can find switch here. With that, you are switching it on and off. Whenever we work with it, we need to have it in off position, and when it is in operational condition, you need to have it in on. And as well, if you deactivate the skin air inlet valve.
I was looking for more technical stuff, not the installation guide. Let's go for
Everybody,
this
Adam
one.
Savage, and I'm at Prop Store in Los Angeles with Brandon Allinger.
Adam, good to see you.
Good to see you, sir. You guys have an auction coming up, and we've been shooting some videos of items from this auction. And right now we've got a trio of machined aluminum tasty chunks. That's the way I think of these props.
Some really fun pieces here. Let's start with the one in the case.
This is the one I'm most excited about seeing IRL.
So here, take this. And that is...
Oh my...
This is the insert close-up neuralizer.
This is the insert close-up. Oh my gosh.
And so it's about 30% larger.
Yes, it is.
Than the standard props, and it doesn't collapse. So the standard props collapsed, but they did not have the year display. This one's got the year display.
Oh, you can actually connect it?
If we just hook this up, let's see
okay,
if
hold
we
on.
can
I'm
get this
going to
going.
undo the Velcro down
Yeah.
here.
So when this came in, it did not have the original electronic controller, but all the internal electronics were still present, and this ribbon cable was present that comes out of the bottom of it. So we had an electronics engineer come in. He opened it up. He traced every wire. Figured out how it all ties into the LED displays. Got the same connectors that it originally used, so we didn't have to disturb anything that was here that was original to the prop.
I'm getting stuck.
This
to
is
the
hard
Velcro.
with it's hard with gloves. Here, you probably just leave that. You probably just
Yep. I'm just going to leave it like that, like it is.
So we just connect. Let's see, X to X and square to square. All right, here we go.
All right, now it's connected.
So this controller, which again is newly made.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Ta-da.
Oh, look at how beautiful this is with 7-segment displays in here.
So this is exactly as you saw it in the film, and the first two digits of the year, 19, that's hardwired, but we can change the year. And if you remember the beginning of the film, there's an older agent who he's retiring basically, the very beginning of the film. Tommy Lee Jones' character is retiring this older agent, so he's sending him back to 1961. So they changed this to 1961, and you see it set up like that for a moment.
Wow.
And then most of the time it's on 1997, which of course is the year Men in Black came out. And I think what we heard is MAF is meant to represent male, female, or alien.
Oh.
Which is a little MIB lore.
I did not realize
Neither did
that.
I. Somebody told me that after it came in.
The Men in Black franchise, I don't know that we've covered many of its pieces on our videos about your auctions, but the prop world of Men in Black is one of my favorite prop worlds ever made.
It's such a great
for
prop
films.
movie. It's fantastic.
All three of them, spectacular props. I love the time jump device from the third one, but the neuralizer specifically, and famously Master Replicas came out with one, or was it
okay.
Icons?
Ooh,
Somebody
couldn't tell
there
you.
was a couple. I have now, I think, 3 or 4.
Factory Entertainment.
Factory Entertainment. That's right.
Yeah.
I have one of theirs.
Yeah.
I have a kit that went up on the RPF.
Okay.
I never thought I'd see one in person, but the thing is about the Men in Black props is that they were all hand machined.
Mm-hmm.
So I always think about a bunch of prop guys in LA having so much fun making these.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, I know, do you know the name Rick Gamez?
I don't.
I think he was the lead prop builder on the first Men in Black. Small shop, with a few key guys that worked for him, and they put together all the great Men in Black props. So the standard issue.
The standard issue, which has some cast aluminum, some machined aluminum, really beautiful.
The noisy cricket, all that stuff. And, they did the smaller neuralizers, and then this one, which is about 30% larger. And I don't know if some of this is cast aluminum or if it's all machined.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
It's got that high polish finish on it.
It is absolutely beautiful, and it's got there. You can see the lights on the back here where it's erasing your memory.
Yeah, I mean that's an interesting thing. I wondered if it was supposed to flash, but there's nothing in there that's like a strobe. It's just a little red LED.
Right.
We set it up so you can kind of flash it with this button.
Oh,
but
nice. Yeah.
It doesn't really in the film. It's basically just on, and then the flash is just it's editing. It's
Sure.
just,
right.
It's all
It's a couple of
editing.
white frames.
Yeah. But these turn.
Oh, they actually do.
And you get the nice backlighting coming through there.
I always loved that feature that the backlight came through the dial. That is a non-trivial design idea.
And it's basically a little red acrylic disc with like an etched surface plate on top. And when it came in, there was one thing missing, which was the surface plate of the minutes dial. So that we had recreated. Fortunately, you get a beautiful close-up, head-on close-up in the film. So we had a 3D artist sit there and redraw it, trace exactly what you see on screen, and then we etched it out of something to be exactly like the other ones are. We had a prop restoration shop do that for us.
It looks absolutely perfect, man. what a beautiful piece.
And you see the ribbon cable is all wrapped up just in black gaffer's tape because it's just
hidden.
straight up his sleeve,
Right,
you know?
right. Oh my God, of course. I love the fact that you don't notice in the film that the hand is actually smaller than it should be for adjusting things if there's a hand in
Right.
shot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. They realize, oh, we can fudge it that much for the close.
Yeah, I think it's like it's not a ridiculous size difference, so they get away with it. I also think you do see it, you know, this specific model you see really in very tight close up. It's like it's filling the frame.
It gets a lot of camera love.
And it's probably the only one they did, I would guess, because it does screen match. There's little flaws in the kind of edges that you can see that match up exactly. So I'd be really surprised if there was another one of these.
I would be surprised too. Have you guys carried a neuralizer at an auction before?
We had one from the second film, which was a nice prop. It opened and closed.
That was a hand prop that actually functioned, give or take.
Yeah, it was really neat. But I think what makes this special is its first movie, it's screen matched, and you can play with it.
And
you know,
it's
you
the
got all
hero
the
close-up,
electronics.
man.
Yeah.
What a magnificent piece. Okay. And I guess I think I also gravitate towards the Men in Black props because I know that I would have fun making any one of them, right?
Yeah. Well, it sounds like you got a few neuralizers.
I do. I can't stop collecting them. And I think actually the Noisy Cricket might be one of the most recognizable props in my collection. Every time people come and see it, they're always like, that one.
Yeah. No, they came up with some genius stuff there that is just lived on and everyone remembers. And so the next prop is not quite as memorable as the Noisy Cricket, but it is cool, and it's very much tied into that MIB agent aesthetic. Here, that is.
This is
the cell phone.
Oh my God. Oh.
So that's just a little piece that's holding it open. But I think Tommy Lee Jones calls in to Agent Z and reports we got a bug, something like that.
Right. Oh my God. This is an amazing. Oh, look at that, and it's got its own little release there. Gotcha.
And then the LEDs activate when it opens up.
Oh, it's actually on a little.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And I think that maybe.
That this actually retracts?
Yeah.
Oh, that it might actually.
Maybe it's supposed to pop open.
Right.
Also.
That you push the button and so it's very much like the neuralizer.
Yes. Yeah.
See, if I was in this shop, I would have been like, boss, can I make the cell phone? Right?
Why?
What? The combination of aesthetics and mechanics really fun to dive into for me.
Yeah.
Like these kind of. I did a bunch of close-up hand props for Bicentennial Man, and that integration of the electronics with the machined metal is really
okay. Similar vibe.
Similar vibe, and very like neuralizer adjacent with the fluting here that matches clearly like part of a design philosophy of the Men in Black.
Yeah, it's cool. You need a black suit.
Yeah, I do need a black suit. I also want to point out that I know all of our phones look the same now, but back in the 90s, it was a brave new world. Every cell phone was radically different, and actually it might have been stuff that looked like this.
Well, like the Matrix movies, they did the phones, and then they came out for real, right? They were selling them.
Exactly.
Consumer products. So.
I love the tiny
keypad,
little number pad.
I'm sure they robbed that off of like a wristwatch or something, right?
You're probably exactly right.
Something
it looks factory made.
Yeah.
Oh, that is gorgeous. These the only two Men in Black props in this auction?
There's a couple other paper props.
Oh, okay.
There's in the showcase behind it. Maybe we can see them.
Oh.
A couple of paper props back there that play in the movie. One of Will Smith's IDs. You never see that well in the film, but I think there's a point where he's impersonating an FBI agent, and maybe that was the idea was made for that. You know, these are really the showstoppers, and especially this one. I mean, when this came in, I was just like, oh man, that is nice. It's you know, but it's
and you hadn't seen or touched this one before.
No, none from the first film. You know, the first film ones are really scarce. I think I'm aware of one other example, which is the smaller one that opens and closes. And I don't know if we said, but I mean, the reason it's larger is so they can fit this LED display in.
That's really specifically, they didn't make 7-segment displays that small back then.
And you just couldn't go any smaller.
Amazing.
So, yeah.
So in your jaded history with handling thousands of props through your hands over the years, it's nice to know that you can still get excited about something.
Absolutely. I mean, this auction has really been fantastic for things coming out of the woodwork that we haven't seen before. Look, every auction has some pieces that we have sold in the past.
Sure.
We're happy to handle those again. Collectors, you know, their tastes change. It's time for things to move on to new homes.
Right.
But when things come in that you've never seen, and then they're hero, screen matched, functional, you know, this was a little bit of a project for us because we had to go through the process of getting the dial made, finding an electronics engineer who could, work
Safely
with what's
take this thing
there.
apart.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's one of the big criteria is like, look, we can't disturb anything that's original, that's 25, 30-year-old electronics. You've got to make it so it just ties into exactly what's here, but powers everything up. He did a beautiful job of it. And now it's just, look, anytime you can pick up a prop and it has some element of interactivity, it's much more interesting, right?
100%
It's just,
the best.
Yeah.
And the third item we have here is from a very interactive prop from a different movie. This is one of the, I can't remember the name of this thing, but it's one of the bolts from the auto-destruct mechanism from the end of Alien.
Yes, okay. Yeah, the very end sequence right before she gets in the shuttle.
Exactly. She goes over to the self-destruct thing, and the first part of activating it is to screw one of these into the top of each of these 4 pillars, which then come up, and she can flip a switch.
Yeah, and you're a big Alien fan.
I'm a massive Alien fan. I have 2, there's 4 of these in the film. I have 2 sets of replicas of these. I have 8 of these already in my collection.
We can judge your affection for props by how many different variations you own.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Exactly right. And again, this is another, like, there was a machinist in Britain in the late 70s when they needed to make some of these who was like, yeah, boss, I can get you 4 of these by the end of the day.
You know what this little tip here is reminding me of is the blasters from Forbidden Planet.
Totally.
They have like a turned aluminum tip, just like that.
Exactly, and that like turned acrylic that's way out at the end.
Yeah.
That's I'll bet you're not far off in the inspiration department there of what they. So have you guys sold one of these before?
I think we have. I think we've had
I
maybe
do believe
2 of these in the past. They probably made a number for the film. Obviously, there's 4 on screen. Look, I don't know if it's highly recognizable, but if you're an Alien fan and you remember the sequence, then it is a cool little prop from Alien.
It's so, again, every time I get to touch a piece, there's like that
yes, classic franchise. At the Peterson, bidding on all 3 days online. There's some fantastic stuff.
What a great trio.
Well, clearly we struck a nerve. Go figure that when you cover crime, corruption, and money, it upsets people who like money. This is Bloomberg. Bloomberg likes money. I came out here at 5 a.m. this morning to make sure, and it sure seems like they have a lot of it. Bloomberg filed an illegitimate and invalid copyright strike against our 3.5-hour-long movie about the AI GPU black market earlier this week, and our attorneys have prepared a response, but it's written in legalese, and I thought it might be better to explain our response to Bloomberg to our audience by using a more universal language. Now, the safest thing to do would be to accept the strike, wait 90 days, and then say nothing of it ever again. But first of all, I've got New York's angriest defector who's saying this.
I hope that Steve Burke goes to Bloomberg and gives them a piece of his mind. I hope he has to speak to their legal department. If they don't solve the issue, I hope he finds a lawyer. If he doesn't find a lawyer, I'll find one for him. Because this is bullshit.
Hopefully he doesn't copyright strike me. And secondly, does that sound like us? To just say nothing of it ever again? Bloomberg said it wasn't appropriate to call them with questions. They must prefer the old-fashioned way, face-to-face. Conversation.
Whatever is out there, stuff like that. Please don't bring Bloomberg into your business. That's all.
But Bloomberg said it wasn't appropriate to call them with questions. They must prefer the old-fashioned way, face-to-face conversation.
Whatever is out there, stuff like that. Please. Don't bring Bloomberg into your business. That's all.
but they're the ones who brought us into their business.
How's that?
Because they filed a copyright strike on us. Bloomberg filed a copyright strike that deleted our NVIDIA AI GPU black market smuggling investigation video from YouTube. They claim the reason for this is that we had an attributed clip of US President Donald Trump speaking about the unban of NVIDIA's H20 GPU. Placed at minute 22 until 23:15 in the video, which includes some of our own studio recorded voiceover. The clip we included is absolutely 100% within our fair use rights for inclusion and is not a creative work by Bloomberg. It is not copyright infringement. It's allowed. This was an abuse and continues to be an abuse of the copy strike system on YouTube by Bloomberg. Our attorneys have sent Bloomberg a demand letter and have filed a counterclaim with YouTube. YouTube has accepted our counterclaim, which means our video will go back online in about 10 days, unless Bloomberg produces evidence to YouTube that it has filed a lawsuit against us. Presently, they haven't done that. When we reported on what the United States President said and used the TV clip to prove he said it rather than just ask you to take our word for it, it was newsworthy, transformative. It included reporting and criticism, conveyance of news, technical context Bloomberg does not provide, especially given its tragic history with fucking up the Supermicro story, and even included parody near the claimed area. Bloomberg struck us over about 0.5% of content, and that part was under fair use. And we're not the only ones who think so. Friend of the channel and consumer advocate Louis Rossman had this to say.
This is a really slippery slope to go down. What, are we just going to accept that this is normal, that if one outlet records the president speaking, that that outlet now has a monopoly on who is able to quote the president? It's insane. How are you supposed to demonstrate and prove that the president said this in your video if you can't use my recording of the president speaking? And if fair use is to mean anything at all, it would apply to when the Commander-in-Chief of the United States is speaking on a topic of relevance to a documentary. What is fair use for if you can't use it to quote the president speaking?
He's not alone either. Coverage from copyright attorney Leonard French also explores this topic.
If I'm right, and I'm right a lot, then the Gamers Nexus video is objectively a fair use, and it will be just a matter of how at this point. How do you convince Bloomberg to drop the claim? How do you get YouTube to put the video back up?
Copyright strikes are serious. You get 3 of them until your channel is terminated by YouTube. Abuse of this system also acts as a suppression, because if Bloomberg doesn't intend to file a lawsuit, it still gets the benefit of suppressing us for around 12 to 13 total days, which obliterates video momentum even if it does go back online. And it certainly helps them drive more views to their competing video in the meantime. You can see here that their views per day dropped by 50% within just a few days of us publishing our AI GPU investigation. The first full day we were offline because of them, their traffic increased by 13% within 24 hours, which is very abnormal for a video that's already been up. The timeline is simple. A $15 billion per year publication, Bloomberg, filed the copyright strike claiming 75 seconds out of 209 minutes of content, all of which our attorneys will vigorously defend as transformative and fair use. The claim seized our ad revenue. It'll give it to the $15 billion per year megacorporation, Bloomberg. We called Bloomberg attorneys to confirm it was them and not a spoofed filing. Bloomberg's attorneys manually confirmed with us the copyright strike and then barked at us on the phone because they said it's inappropriate for us to call them. Our attorneys helped us file a counterclaim on the same day. Next, I asked Vitaly what he's doing 12 hours from now. At 5 a.m. on Friday, August 22nd, Vitaly and I went on our next big adventure, got on a plane to New York City,
49 minutes 2 seconds.
and went to meet our new friends. This is one of them. This unmarked Bloomberg security guard followed us around and monitored us across multiple city blocks while we were nearby. Where's their logo?
On the left, yep.
Is it in shot? What's that? We are not from Bloomberg. It's a public sidewalk, so. And you'll even see them regularly appear in the background of some of our shots, as we must have made someone very uncomfortable with our presence.
I think he'll bring in the backup.
Is he?
Yeah.
Is he coming back out? So I think what we'll do is, just to be extra safe, I'm gonna walk on the street in that turn lane, just so I'm 100% not on their property if you wanna follow me. And then I'm gonna stop on the other side of this, you know, this block they have on the ground where it changes. I'm gonna go on the other side of the sidewalk. While we were in the area, a Bloomberg employee said this. By 11 a.m., we got to say hi to Bloomberg security. By 11 a.m., we got to say hi to Bloomberg security.
Hi, good afternoon. Hi. Bloomberg security.
By 12 p.m., we saw our copyright counterclaim was approved by YouTube. 1 p.m., Bloomberg told us we have to ask them permission. Anytime we show Bloomberg, and then admitted to us that Bloomberg retroactively changes its content after publishing, which is very interesting for a whole new host of reasons that we'll save for the future. Around 3 p.m., Bloomberg told our attorneys that they'd be happy to release the strike if we pay them a licensing fee in what felt to us like a shakedown. It's interesting to us, though, because we've covered Bloomberg reports a lot in the past. I've appeared on their podcast and I've made them money. So it's interesting because Bloomberg didn't have a problem with us covering them in the past. So we started trying to figure out what motive Bloomberg could possibly have for an illegitimate copyright strike. Bloomberg has teams of lawyers. Maybe they're used to steamrolling smaller media. Maybe they're pulling the ladder up after them, or maybe they're nervous, jealous of new media that's more agile and more capable of getting the job done. We're not really sure what their motive was, but we came out here to try and figure it out. As one possibility, maybe Bloomberg copyright struck our video because it recently had a failed attempt to do what we did successfully. It flew all the way out to China to try and find AI GPUs and server racks, failed to do so, had its access revoked, and then filmed a bunch of footage of sand in a desert. So could it be because of their pathetic, botched attempts at doing what we did when they flew out to China, were unable to find anything they went looking for, filmed a bunch of sand in a desert, failed to provide any answers to the questions they were asking, and then came back empty-handed? Bloomberg's own viewers certainly had questions. They wrote things like this. Why is this a story? Bloomberg's big investigation is just China's building some data centers. We don't know what chips they use. Groundbreaking journalism. If you don't know, then you don't have a story. Reporting without any information. WTF, I thought they would actually show us real chips being used. Worthless information. By the way, that information I found on satellite maps as well without wasting so much money. And the best one, quote, the entire video basically Bloomberg don't know. So while we don't know exactly what Bloomberg's motive was, it certainly seems like not knowing is enough of a foundation for them to publish a story. Maybe it's not, because their video gets more views from copyright striking our video. Maybe also it's just a coincidence that the first time Bloomberg has a problem with our reporting, it has to do with what we think is underground government corruption by NVIDIA, which just happens to be a big sponsor of Bloomberg. Bloomberg's financial interests are so intertwined with NVIDIA that it has an entire page dedicated to NVIDIA's sponsored content. Bloomberg's sponsored, paid-for content goes through great lengths to market NVIDIA's products, and in particular, its AI products that we've frequently criticized. After all, CEO Jensen Huang frequently appears on Bloomberg. He even had a trip to Taiwan the day after our video was pulled from the internet, with a lot of local Taiwan media talking about our story in relation to NVIDIA.
透过画面来了解这些晶片如何突破美国的管制，进到了中国的市场。只是没有想到，影片上架没几天就被平台以违反数位千禧年著作权法，昨天遭到无预警的下架。频道发布了官方声明，说著作权法系统遭到滥用，同时是不是也代表影片内容戳破了什么不能说的秘密呢？
H20, I'm very grateful that the U.S. government, the Trump administration, has very grateful that the U.S. government, the Trump administration, has approved licenses for us to export H20s to China.
As she said, what unspeakable secret was revealed? But maybe not. They could be totally unrelated. Maybe there's no bias there at all. Maybe NVIDIA isn't pulling any of its own strings. Perhaps instead, Bloomberg didn't like our coverage of China circumventing export controls because Bloomberg wants to protect its access to China. Bloomberg has been accused of suppressing its own China coverage in the past because it has a large presence in China to protect, with the Financial Times and New York Times both reporting on this. Maybe, as Lewis highlighted, it's because Bloomberg has been accused of trying to ruin reporters, including threats to financially devastate families, that's a quote, for challenging coverage in China. It could also be because Bloomberg is sponsored by Singapore's government, which happens to be one of the major channels we showed through which GPUs are smuggled into China. Maybe it was because recently they wrote a sponsored post wherein they praised PayPal's business growth and gave PayPal's CEO a platform. PayPal, of course, being the company that we recently filed a lawsuit against alleging theft from content creators. But maybe it's not that either. Perhaps Bloomberg copyright struck us because it wants to maintain control over a single platform to filter all political commentary through, disallowing the re-reporting of that commentary from presidents or politicians through a different political lens. No, that'd be state-controlled media behavior. That'd be like propaganda and manipulation of the US populace and their ability to consume sources of information about their own government. The truth is, we're not sure why they chose to copyright strike that video. It sure seems, though, like they have a lot of reasons to do it, and not one of them is a valid, legitimate copyright claim of the clip that they flagged. And so we called Bloomberg Legal to confirm that Bloomberg takedowns at gmail.com was in fact controlled by Bloomberg. And I was met with a rude response from the legal team telling us that we needed to communicate to them only through lawyers. But they did confirm that this is a Bloomberg address, and they also confirmed that they manually reviewed the strike. They, in fact, manually reviewed the strike while I was on the phone with them. So someone has looked at this. And since they won't let us ask them questions via the phone, I guess we'll just do it here. Look, we can all predict the most likely outcome of walking in those doors with a camera, but you never know, and it's worth trying. In fact, when we researched it before flying out there, we found an article from Business Insider where their reporter said he got yelled at just for taking photos of sculptures in the lobby. Let's not pretend that getting kicked out would be a shock. But again, we wanted to try and get someone from PR or legal downstairs. We're here for an interview, Bloomberg, with Paul. My ID? Yeah. Should be Paul. Madeline would also work. We were asked to sit while they phoned the two lawyers whose names I gave. Like, this guy is important. This guy knows, like, a lot of politicians. I'm curious to see what they'll do. After what felt like an eternity, the lawyers sent security down. Again, no surprise.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi.
Hi. Bloomberg Security.
Okay, and are you able to see if they're able to slot us
I
in?
will. I'll give them a call.
Okay, thank you. Security clearly was given their side of the story, and we recognize he probably doesn't get paid enough to deal with this shit, so we kept everything polite while explaining our side and just asked if he could try to make contact with them.
Okay, John. So, I don't know all the business you're related into, but apparently you posted some kind of video that has some Bloomberg content in it.
I think so.
Yeah, and they listen, they have no issue. You seem like nice guys.
I get it, you're doing your job.
All they ask is that whatever's out there, stuff like that, please don't bring Bloomberg into your business. That's all.
But they're the ones who brought us into their business.
How's that?
Because they filed a copyright strike on us. The point of saying it is, it's not I'm bringing Bloomberg into my business. It's actually the other way around from our perspective.
Yeah.
But I understand you're doing your job. So
Yeah.
I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they're not gonna meet with you.
I get it. Yeah. We figured we'd try.
Yeah,
So.
unfortunately, sorry to drag you down here.
That's
You seem
all
like
right.
Nice guys.
That's
and
all right.
everything. But I wish you luck with your venture.
I appreciate
Yeah.
that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for understanding.
Well, no, I appreciate
We
you
appreciate it.
being cool with us.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen. Have a
Take
great
it easy.
weekend.
You too. Of course, the answer was expected. Security guy's not involved in this. He's just some guy. I'm sure he gets paid a fraction of what the assholes who filed that claim get paid. Like a fraction of what those assholes get paid. So it's not his fight.
It's not his fight.
But we did get one really hard-hitting interview with a notorious street gangster. They call him the Pigeon. Sir, what do you think about Bloomberg? They're right across the street, sir. Yeah. No comment. No comment at all. And even though neither interview subject would speak to us, including this more important one, it's not like this was a wasted trip.
What now, Steve?
I didn't really think that far. I don't know. We could get pizza and then get home before 5 p.m.
Okay, let's go then.
All right, New York pizza. Besides, it was pretty cool meeting a few fans around New York and learning about their computers.
Yo, you the Gamer Nexus guy? Dude! My NZX T8 won!
Oh, really?
Because of you!
Oh, nice.
Like a man, bro.
Did you,
I got the second one.
Okay, good.
It's not my fault, bro.
I was just like, good. Yeah,
Yo,
yeah.
Get a selfie. Let's fucking go.
Bloomberg's attempt to kill the movie means we need to kickstart the algorithm to get it circulating again once it's back online. Millions of people who would have seen the movie in the future may never even know it exists. So to try and get even a fraction of the views that it was on track to get from our back-end statistics, let's blow the movie up as soon as it goes live. Open it on your computer, let it play when you go to sleep, let it play at work, run it while you're commuting, even if it's on mute. Anything to tell the algorithm, hey, wait a minute, this thing's interesting even though it had 0 views for over 10 days. As a community, let's make sure Bloomberg doesn't succeed in what they were trying to do. We don't know the exact date it'll go back up, but it should be again in about 10 business days. As for Bloomberg, we've learned a lot about this organization that we're really curious to investigate. When we get to that, you'll be able to find most of it on our GNCA channel. We'll link that below. You can subscribe to that one if you'd like to get the follow-ups that don't directly fit the hardware theming, although we do have a lead there as well. A huge thanks to our viewers for supporting us, and for making all of this worth it, even with the bullshit we're dealing with right now. Head over to store.gamersnexus.net if you'd like to get a copy with the backer tiers. Subscribe for more, and we'll see you all next time.
Imagine if the president said that chocolate is illegal. crazy, right? Just insane thing. But let's say the president said chocolate's illegal, and I want to talk about that in my channel. If I want to talk about it, I may want to provide evidence and proof that the president said chocolate is illegal. And if I'm making a video about it, I might include a very short video clip of the president saying chocolate is illegal. Imagine if the company that filmed the president saying chocolate is illegal filed a DMCA takedown claim on my video because I included their video. That would be the biggest violation of fair use that I can imagine. If anything, the president saying something and us being able to hear what the president says, in my opinion, is very important because the president is one of the most powerful positions in the United States besides the people that pay for him to actually get there. In all seriousness, this is a documentary that was taken down by Bloomberg LP on Gamers Nexus's channel. So Steve at Gamers Nexus did the work to travel to China, and he recorded a 3.5-hour documentary going over how GPUs get smuggled into China that get around export controls. What are these GPUs doing there? Who's doing it? How are they doing it? People like hiding GPUs in baby bumps. It's all sorts of crazy shit. It reminds me of this Information article that came out 7 years ago that was talking about how parts leave Apple factories, where they're talking about these tunnels that get dug under the factory so that they could take the recycled parts that would otherwise be ground up into dust, break them into pieces, shove them in their underwear, and then bring them here so that people like me can buy them and get chips off of them to fix your products. This is a very, very interesting documentary, and I found it interesting for a number of reasons. I don't really understand the point of the export restrictions because, to my knowledge, a lot of these AI models, you're not using one GPU, you're using many GPUs in parallel. So if you're selling a GPU that's less capable, does that really matter when you could just run a bunch of them in parallel? I was very curious what the purposes are for this. Who are the people who are buying these? What is the demand for? How is this being done? Which GPUs are allowed and not allowed? Because a lot of this is very, very confusing to me. I mean, at one point, it's a security risk to be able to export any GPUs there, and then if you give the government a bribe, I guess you're allowed to. I wanted to learn about this, so I wanted to watch this documentary, and I watched a portion of it. I didn't watch the entire thing. I go to watch the rest of it, and I see that it's been taken off of YouTube because Bloomberg LP has claimed it. Bloomberg is a news website that I highly suggest if you go to view, use a paywall blocker on because these people are pieces of shit. I used to pay $40 a month to watch this just because I enjoyed Matt Levine's column. It's a very good financial column, and I stopped paying at the point that they had non-skippable ads in video coverage. So there are some things that they have on their website that are not articles, they're only included as video. And for me to watch the video, I would have to watch an unskippable ad after paying $40 a month for several years. Get the fuck out of here. Anyway, getting to the point of this is a really slippery slope to go down. Sometimes when the president speaks, there are numerous news outlets there that are able to listen to him speak. But sometimes there may only be 1 or 2 reporters there. And if I'm the one reporter there, do I get to file a DMCA takedown notice on anybody who includes a clip of the president speaking in their video? What, are we just going to accept that this is normal? That if one outlet records the president speaking, that outlet now has a monopoly on who is able to quote the president? It's insane. How are you supposed to demonstrate and prove that the president said this in your video if you can't use my recording of the president speaking? And if fair use is to mean anything at all, it would apply to when the Commander-in-Chief of the United States is speaking on a topic of relevance to a documentary. What is fair use for if you can't use it to quote the president speaking? This is not some great transformative work. It's not like Bloomberg made a sequel to Pinocchio and he's including it in there and he's monetizing it. He's including a recording of the president speaking on export controls and dealing with China and dealing with NVIDIA because it is relevant to the topic that he was talking about for 3.5 hours. Now, it's possible that this was just done because Bloomberg just has some sort of automated content system that just randomly strikes things. Or it could be done because they care about keeping a good relationship with China. It's not like crazier things haven't happened in the past. Did Bloomberg News shelve its China story over access concerns? This dates back to 2013. An investigative report linking one of China's wealthiest businessmen to the families of top Communist Party officials was allegedly shelved by Bloomberg News over fears it would anger the Chinese government. That's according to reports from the Financial Times and the New York Times. They say Matthew Winkler, editor-in-chief of Bloomberg News, told reporters in a new conference call in October that the story about the billionaire real estate developer couldn't move forward because China might retaliate by forcing the agency and its reporters out of the country. When Bloomberg News' reporting on China was challenged, Bloomberg tried to ruin me for speaking out. Bloomberg lawyers in Hong Kong threatened to devastate my family financially and take me to court if I did not sign an NDA, even though I had never been a Bloomberg employee. Bloomberg has not shied away from censoring content from their own reporters, much less outside journalists, when it comes to trying to keep positive relations with the Chinese government. This is weird. And let's say that that has nothing to do with it. Are you really going to say that you have a monopoly over what the president says? I need to be able to hear what the president says so that I can make my life decisions and my business decisions and adjust my viewpoints accordingly. This is the most clear-cut case of fair use that I've ever seen in my life. Like, not to shit on Asmongold, but it's not like somebody's just watching the video and nodding, eating popcorn, and then re-uploading it and getting hundreds of thousands of views and making money off of it. This is genuine transformative content. It's a 3.5-hour documentary, including a very small clip of what the president said, which has zero creative input from Bloomberg. The part that Bloomberg claimed in their complaint is the part where the president is speaking. That's not Bloomberg's entertainment content. That's not their transformative content. That's not their artistic content. What is fair use for if not for this? I hope that Steve Burke goes to Bloomberg and gives them a piece of his mind. I hope he has to speak to their legal department. If they don't solve the issue, I hope he finds a lawyer.
You should know.
If he doesn't find a lawyer, I will find one for him. For this. I hope that Steve Burke goes to Bloomberg and gives them a piece of his mind. I hope he has to speak to their legal department. If they don't solve the issue, I hope he finds a lawyer. If he doesn't find a lawyer, I will find one for him. Because this is bullshit. That story needs to be told. This is the best documentary that I've seen on this issue. I've genuinely enjoyed it, and I intend to watch the rest of it, and I hope you all do too. That's it for today, and as always, I hope you learned something. I'll see you all in the next video. Bye now.
Seagate tries an exciting new kind of raid. Earlier this year...
He's doing good.
All right. Earlier this year, Seagate security teams working alongside Malaysian authorities conducted a raid on a counterfeit hard drive operation. These are, man, I would love to see one of these.
Right?
That would be so interesting.
Right? How cool would that be? How is it even possible?
That would be fascinating. I always find, remember the genuine Intel CPU thing? Like, what?
Right?
I would love to see the place, sorry Intel, but I would love to see the place that makes non-genuine
well,
Intel CPUs.
You mean AMD? Anyway, carry on.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, yeah.
Got him.
Those are some spicy...
How the turntables have turned.
Old school war words, yeah. Anyways, the raid uncovered nearly 700 Seagate drives in various models with capacities up to 18 terabytes, along with drives from other manufacturers. The drives are believed to have come from China, where they were used to store Chia, which is, I think, a storage currency. Yeah. And sold off after that cryptocurrency became, unprofitable. Used drives had their smart values reset. Oof.
Damn it. How long was I muted?
Data wiped and were cleaned, relabeled, and repackaged. So, okay, I see. Sometimes as a more valuable model than they started out as, and were then sold at discounted rates on local e-commerce platforms.
This was a whole thing. And Seagate has probably invested significant resources chasing this bullshit down instead of working on things that are valuable to their business. I actually really feel for them in this situation.
Yeah, that's
this is
brutal.
Not on them. I mean, maybe they could do more to prevent their smart values from being overwritten, but I don't know. Should they have seen this coming? I don't know. Maybe this has happened before that I'm not aware of, and they should have seen this coming and should have done better, but I don't know. You build a bigger lock and someone's going to build a bigger bolt cutter, right? I also don't quite... They got really kind of...
Linus has a fair point. Bigger lock, someone brings a bigger bolt cutter, or you build a foolproof application and someone brings on a bigger idiot next day.
On over this. And
a lot of
that
security
sucks.
is not, it's just a bigger delay, ideally. Yeah. There's nothing better than that. To try to reduce the impact of these scams, Seagate partners are now being required to purchase and resell drives exclusively from authorized distributors.
And this is why we can't have nice things, because I would love for you to be able to, buy and sell and move older parts around as needed. But now all of a sudden we need this central administration of everything and tracking of everything, and it legitimately adds cost. It's not that they're just going to gouge or whatever because there's no competition, but it legitimately adds overhead and cost, and that just blows for everyone.
Kind of wrecks the used market. People are asking if server part deals is an authorized reseller. I don't know. Someone want to look that up? You figure it out?
Yeah, Tim also points out it doesn't matter if they make their smart values harder to overwrite because they can also just overwrite the smart values of cheap crap drives and call them Seagate.
I knew Server Part Deals was legit. I didn't know if they were an authorized reseller.
There aren't that many cheap crap hard drives out there. Like, there's only a handful of hard drive manufacturers even left, so I'm not 100% sure on that one. But anyway.
Apparently, they are an authorized retailer. Nice. Reseller. Very cool. I'm not surprised. They're very legit. But, yeah. So Seagate has implemented a global trade screening process to try to identify suspicious suppliers, and Seagate reminds consumers to exercise caution when buying drives from non-major retailers or third-party sellers.
Toward the Blue in Floatplane Chat also says, your viewers should know that Seagate released a tool where you can check values that are not able to be rewritten. So that's pretty cool.
That is very cool.
At least they're doing things about this, even though none of this should have happened and people should just not be buttheads.
Hilbert Gilbertson said that it's in C tools, which makes sense.
Very cool. The ROG Xbox Ally has gotten a release date alongside a new game verification program.
Before we go into that really quick, I just want to say it's kind of cool that was negative news but had an interesting and cool story.
Yeah, I thought you'd like that one.
I like that.
Yeah.
That is very cool.
I'd love to see one of these places.
Dude,
they
that would
rated.
be so wicked.
Anyone from Seagate watching, like, I'll get on a plane. Let's go check it out, because like I feel it's like it feels like it'd be if like it's like the kind of thing where if like Rick Sanchez and like Milhouse Van Houten like made a meth lab, you know, like it's like tech meth lab. Like I'm that's what I'm kind of imagining, you know.
I mean, it would like, honestly
like
be a really good.
Dexter's in there somewhere, and like Jason Fox, you know, like just.
I think it would be really good exposure for the communication they're trying to get across, of like making sure you're getting legitimate drives, making sure that you can check your drives using C tools. So if you were going to buy off of the used market or something, you could check the drive before you actually do the exchange, and promoting their whole authorized reseller thing. I think it makes a ton of sense, and it would be wicked for content. I think Seagate should do it with you. I think that would be fantastic.
Yeah, if anyone knows anyone who's at Seagate, like,
hit them up. That would be wicked.
Let's do
content.
it. That would be freaking awesome.
Be very cool.
Question for you. Actually, two questions. Do you have WinRAR installed on your Windows computer? Second question, do you know what version of WinRAR? Because if you haven't updated in a little bit, you might have to. Update WinRAR tools now, because the threat actor group Romcom and others are exploiting a new zero-day vulnerability. This is very new and recent research from ESET. They discovered a new vulnerability in WinRAR being exploited in the wild under the guise of job application documents like resumes or cover letters that uses weaponized archives exploiting a path traversal flaw to compromise targets. But this is a 0 day. That means you have had 0 days to prepare for this, and that it's new, completely groundbreaking, new, previously unknown vulnerability, exploited by a Russia-aligned group called Romcom. Now, Romcom has done this before, or at least similar things where they'll exploit a significant 0 day for other software in the wild. 2023, they had CVE 2023-36884 for Microsoft Word. They beat this up with other vulnerabilities within Windows and Firefox, Thunderbird, Tor, etc. So look, you need to update WinRAR if you haven't already, because now there is CVE 2025-8088. That affects versions up to 7.12 on Windows. Now I say Windows specifically because, well, this uses a feature or metadata technique of the Windows file system, NTFS, and we'll get into that, but the little bit of the background context and story here, July 18th is when they saw this activity in the wild. Some strange DLL called msedge.dll, meant to look like the web browser but clearly not, that was contained inside of a RAR file or RAR archive that had unusual paths that caught their attention. Once they communicated and contacted the developer of WinRAR, they went ahead and pushed out a fix for WinRAR 7.13, published July 30th. So make sure you're using version 7.13, if not later by the time you watch this video. But there is one really important tidbit here. Note that software solutions relying on publicly available Windows versions of unrar.dll or its corresponding source code are affected as well. So unrar.dll, like the extracting capability, the library, the module what this WinRAR is built on, is still susceptible when it's an unpatched version. Even like rar.exe, the command line capability, not just the GUI, even if you've patched or updated on your machine, you hear a lot about penetration testers, cyber threat emulation, or adversaries and threat actors themselves living off the land where they use things that are present on the device. They could just as easily bring their own land and just pull in this vulnerable version of WinRAR to use that within their own campaigns. So food for thought anyway. This CVE 2025-8088 uses alternate data streams for path traversal. Now we've talked about alternate data streams before. We have another video on that showcasing how they can be used and even abused and leveraged within Windows. And that
Yeah, but that was video about storing data in them, not path travel, so that is
a Windows-specific trick. That's some of the metadata, some of the stuff you can do in the NTFS file system. So ESET found this strange-looking RAR file, an archive that looked like it just had a single PDF present there. But if you were to extract this, WinRAR will unpack and extract it along with all of the alternate data streams, or ADSs. So for this specific instance, using that Eli Rosenfeld CV, their resume, or whatever job application documents, it ends up deploying that malicious DLL, msedge.dll, into your temporary directory. And then a malicious LNK file or Windows shortcut is put into the Windows startup directory. So it automatically has persistence to execute this DLL or run other code, maybe the next time you reboot or log in or whatever. They use that writing capabilities to the file system and leverage that to gain code execution later, not right now in the moment. And Romcom, these bad actors, actually did a couple more tricks here. They intentionally added increasing depths of parent directory relative path elements like a ... to try and move up or climb up the file system, but it actually used not real, completely illegitimate, non-existent paths that WinRAR visibly warns and complains about. It just dumps all this down below. And you can see, of course, ... etc., etc., etc. I think that's just to add noise, add a little bit of confusion. Oh, make this look strange. But if you were to scroll down and actually see that, hey, anyone kind of knowing this knows that that's sketchy. ESET discusses this. Hey, we suspect they did that just so the victim doesn't notice the DLL and LNK paths. You would need to scroll down to see those revealed as they do down previously. So that's what we've got here. ESET has seen this spread out across a handful of phishing campaigns, more social engineering lures, where these adversaries are including different attachments for job application documents, resume, CV, etc., etc., including the email address that they came from, the title, the attached file, and the quick sample of what this looks like. Hi, I'm Eli Rosenfeld. I'm a seasoned Web3 software developer, blah, blah, blah. All, of course, to attach the RAR file and then chain execution based off of the CVE 2025-8088, and then do further damage with more post-exploitation with Mythic and other different malware samples. Again, I won't fall down the rabbit hole for all of this. I'll link that in the video description, but this set the stage for what we will talk about. First, let's go explore what the RAR file actually looked like, and then can we recreate this? Can we put it together and understand a little bit more of how this vulnerability comes together? All right, now I'm inside of my Windows 11 virtual machine, and I really recommend you do the same. Work and operate inside of a virtual environment, especially when you work with weird, sketchy malware software or vulnerabilities. And big thanks to the ESET team, especially with this blog and reference here. They have shared a lot of the indicators of compromise and the files that they were discussing alongside their hashes. Again, I'll put a link to this in the video description if folks are interested, but But ultimately, I want to go see if we can get a copy of Eli Rosenberg, or whatever his name was, his CV. Eli Rosenfeld CV2 copy parenthetical 10.rar. Let's try and grab that hash. And I am going to use virus total here, truth be told, just to be able to search for this, see if we have the sample. Looks like we do. Let's see if we can download it and then play with it. Now, we basically already know what this thing does, but just in case we wanted it for any understanding of, oh, what are the other artifacts? What's the full copy dump of the warnings that it gave us when we were using this? I want to be able to look at this inside of a dynamic sandbox so I could get that text and maybe have better understanding of what's really going on. Say maybe you're trying to recreate a proof of concept, you're trying to understand what this thing is, and hey, them at least sharing that file does clue us in and let us explore and see things more. So I do want to be pretty quick here. I know this will be a little bit extraneous and it's going to be very, very hard to see this in action when we are using any run, as the cloud online sandbox that I'm using just to interact with this would end up extracting, again, what I've downloaded from VirusTotal, so the RAR archive is inside. Let me just say eli.rar will be the actual name for this document. You might not be able to see whatsoever, but yeah, we will be using the WinRAR archiver. If I take a look at the info here, the about WinRAR will tell me this is basically using old version 5.9 way back in their instance here. But you could barely see it. There's Eli's CV in a horribly rendered anti-alias text. But if I were to extract this out now, this is all of the same messages that we were able to see referenced in a screenshot within ESET's blog. If I wanted to copy that out though, again, I just want to use their clipboard capability so I could receive all the data that we just got out of trying to extract it inside of the virtual machine. But now we can see this a little bit more. I know there's not a lot to that. I just wanted to show you that process as a reminder. Hey, you could do that to get a little bit more understanding and then be able to see, just as they mention, the updater.lnk or the msedge.dll here present, etc. We could even use some other utilities like the terminal. Let's use the rar.exe and let's go take a look on the desktop inside of whatever directory we had, eli.rar. Tell me everything that you know about it. If you want to look at some of the arguments for rar.exe, we certainly could. Maybe that's actually worth doing first. We could see all the things that it could do, like tell us about different information on this archive, verbose, technical information, etc. Even list some of the files. Like, would you be able to see, will rar.exe, the command line utility, actually know what files are in there? Would it be able to see more than just Eli's CV.pdf? So it's LTA is what I saw, right? L to list archive contents, T for technical, and then A for all. So we could LTA that eli.rar file, and then it will spit out a lot of stuff, including the alternate data streams that are present in there. So we could actually copy all of this out to get more data that would be helpful for us in understanding and potentially recreating a proof of concept for how this bug comes to life. But yeah, take a look. RAR 5.91, old school, and now, of course, everything that's there, including the real files, and then NTFS alternate data streams, and all the bogus nonsense junk that they might have put in there as a red herring. All to hide what we see at the very end are app data roaming, Microsoft Windows Start Menu Program Startup Updater.link, the full file system path for the malicious Windows shortcut file that will execute and run and then stage a lot of the capability with msedge.dll. Somewhere else on the file system, because they basically have this arbitrary write primitive thanks to WinRAR and CV 2025-8088 just writing out the contents that are stored within an alternate data stream given the name of some path traversal moving along the file system, get in one place. And if we wanted to see this, we could, of course, get to our start directory. Let me get to app data. Not sure how well you can see this, but app data, Microsoft, Windows, start menu, programs, startup. There is our updater.lnk. Back to our Windows virtual machine. So I showcased that in any run for a little bit, just so we could see some of the steps that maybe you'll go through if you wanted to learn a little bit more and experiment, see, oh, how that's all put together. But of course, get the latest version of WinRAR so that it is patched on your machine. Looks like 7.13 is the only thing out and about for Windows currently, but I'll admit I do have a old copy of 7.12. I don't have WinRAR installed quite yet, so I do want to extract this installer. So with that, I could install this old and vulnerable version of WinRAR. Run that with user account control. Yep, totally fine. A-okay. Now, WinRAR is, of course, using the RAR file format, and that is their proprietary format, not based off of zip or any of the others. 7-zip, of course, a good one, but RAR is only kind of all handled, and you cannot write other RAR files without using their utility. There aren't even Python libraries for the thing. But with it installed now, ooh, they even add a little security warning about updating to the latest version. Nice. Thank you for the infinite trial that lasts forever. We did buy the WinRAR bag. I'll be the first to say that's on its way. But okay, 7.12, that is how, of course, the help about WinRAR, you'll see how you could track down that version number. Now, let's try a little proof of concept. There is a proof of concept already out and about for this. You can find it online. It is out on GitHub, and I think that's hit the street already like since last week. Of course, folks have been chatting about this, but I did want a chance to see it in action. And while we won't spend the time in this video trying to hand jam and craft and create our own proof of concept just off the cuff, because again, I was saying I was struggling with it, and I'll tell you why, because we can use this as an example and to learn a little bit from. Of course, it's a Python script, so let's look through the code. They're using argparse to take arguments, OS to work with the operating system, struct to work with some types, subprocess to run some commands, sys, textwrap, zlib, pathlib, etc. And they have a couple RAR5
Thank you for the follow.
constants here. Now, you might be knowing a little bit of the RAR file format history. I think RAR 5 is now the modern one that modern Windows versions of WinRAR will always put you into RAR 5, though there is RAR 4, which there are older command line utilities from rar.exe that will let you output RAR 4 archives. I don't think you can any longer, but this is still something that affects up to RAR 5. So the signature RAR 5 sig variable is just these magic bytes at the very beginning of the file, and they have a couple little markers here. HFL extra, HFL data. These are for the different headers that make up the blocks inside of the RAR file format. Now, we have a couple convenience functions that are defined for the proof of concept. This is just run, obviously. Hey, to run a command line command, they're using subprocess as the module to be able to do this. Shell equals true. You can get sketchy heebie-bejeebies there if you want. And then auto find RAR is the convenience function just to be able to determine if you have on your Windows system, as you run this proof of concept script, the version of rar.exe that lets you make a RAR file. It's just making sure WinRAR is installed. Neat thing is, you could basically have the patched version of WinRAR and then still run this, because what this proof of concept does is actually just making a regular RAR file and then patching it or modifying it to put the alternate data streams and the ... path traversal syntax in there. Neat little fun fact here, they're making literally a placeholder because alternate data streams, when you add a colon to like the file on Windows to create an alternate data stream, it doesn't even let you use forward slashes or have another colon in there, right? So you are limited in the characters, so these aren't particularly real alternate data streams like you could just see or create on Windows. These are literally manipulating the bytes of the RAR, the file that WinRAR spits out, to be able to make them that way. By default, it ends up creating with the RAR executable from installed WinRAR as that function you saw above, A, to create an archive. I think it's EP and OS to actually specify and set the names of these within the RAR. But vint is where it kind of lost me, because you're getting into the raw bytes, headers, and blocks of the file format. RAR, from what I understand, and again, please school me, let me know, it uses variable length integers that are LEB128. What that means is they're little endian base 128. So it does some math magic here that I don't think I'd be able to just explain off the cuff for you, but after it has modified these and manipulated the placeholders that it created for these files, because ultimately it needs to have all these entries for files in the blocks of the archive, and it needs to be able to keep track of them with a CRC, or a cyclic redundancy check. I think that you can kind of think of it as like a checksum. Hey, make making sure all the data is there as it should be. But this needs to be recalculated because you've now modified or manipulated or added in these alternate data streams. Again, .. path traversal and the contents of the files that you add. So now it's using those little marker header file values of header HFL extra and HFL data, all with the get variable length integer function that's defined up here. So all of that is just to patch or modify, hot swap in place, and tamper with the built out RAR file. Path traversal could be done with however many .. or up directories that you would like, but then it strips the C drive that's ever in there, it handles all the capability, and then ultimately gives you all of the arguments that you could use to play with this. Obviously, this only affects Windows. The proof of concept could really only be built well, at least so far, easily enough on Windows to work with the NTFS metadata and attach these alternate data streams. So it makes sure that you are running Windows, and then it gives you all these potential options. It makes sure that these exist so you could play with them, and then it finds where your WinRAR installation is, where we could use rar.exe to build and create a placeholder RAR file, patch it, and work with it so that it's all staged to have these alternate data streams, and then clean it up so that now you have a payload that's dropped once you extract the archive. Does that make sense? That's 243 lines of Python code here and there, heebie-jeebies that I know I was just steamrolling over, but that's that. So let's do it. Let me open up the Windows terminal here. I do have Python installed, and I'll move into my desktop so I could run our CVE 2025-8088.py Python script. Now, these are the arguments that we need. Remember, we needed a decoy file like the Eli Rosenfeld CV2.pdf that's inside of the RAR archive. Then, of course, the payload, or the actual file that we want to execute, and then the drop location, or the destination. Where do we want to put it? If I were to put this in startup, I'm in PowerShell, so I do want app data, and I think it's Microsoft, Windows, start menu, programs, startup. And there's clearly nothing in that right now, but I want that location so that when I run Python with a decoy file, let's create a decoy file, and now we need a payload. So super simple. Let's just get C Windows System32 calc for the moment. Of course, this could be your Mythic implant, your Sliver agent, your Beacon, your Havoc, your Cobalt Strike, whatever. But for now, let's just use calc.exe. Sake of showcase, let me fire this up with our decoy, our payload being our calc.exe, and then our drop location being startup. If I hit enter on this, it's done. Okay, it just did it. Part of me wonders if the double quote will get in the way there, but we can experiment and play with this. But look at how this happened, right? Patched it on disk, recomputed the CRC for the different header blocks, and now we have, if I look on my desktop, our malicious RAR archive. Actually, I am a little bit weirded out by that double quote there. I want to remove the RAR file that we have currently and then try that once again. I think it's the backslash there because it's like trying to escape quote. So I'm gonna remove that, and okay, cool. Now that looks clean. I think it worked. So let's see if it does it. Back on our desktop, here is our malicious RAR archive. Let me clean up the desktop just because I want to be able to extract here nice and easy. And let me actually open up Explorer to go look back at the startup folder to see would we properly get persistence the way that we would expect. Okay, empty right now, but if I go extract, oh, I dig it. It looks so innocent, nice and easy there. Extracting that out to our desktop or whatever we want. Now, ooh, looks like a strange artifact that still keeps coming through, but calc is in there. This, even if it, okay, maybe whatever strange oddity of the proof of concept that we're playing with, that won't be able to trigger or fire or execute, but this has. So if I were to now log back in or reboot this computer or whatever the case may be, this thing should be infected with the CVE 2025-8088. Let's restart. All right, let me log back in here. Do we have calc fire? Oh! Okay, and then it tries to run the exec file. Yeah, open it with cursor. Just let the AI vibe code bros get it. Calc fired, though. Remember, that's basically put together with a couple different ingredients. You've got alternate data streams, that NTFS capability within Windows. You have path traversal, just using ... to climb up the file system and then move wherever you want to go, so that you can write content any location that you want, like the startup folder. One easy place for persistence, but could still be used and abused. So patch your WinRAR version. Upgrade to 7.13.
Uptime 3 hours 51 minutes 20 seconds.
Good night. Cheerios.